We are just gone 1 o'clock in the home of the time in the UK. So welcome to NPL Measure Up Live. Throughout today, you'll be able to hear from some of our amazing scientists about the work that they do at NPL. You can take a look at the full timetable of talks on the screen that's just outside the door today. So if there's any more that you want to pop back for, please do. Just a few notes on housekeeping. The fire exits are behind you, so the door that you came in, and this door here, which is the one that you will exit from. And I've dropped my cards. We are live streaming today's talk on YouTube, and you can head to NPL's YouTube channel and find the link to that if you want to send that to anyone. And if you're hard of hearing, you can also use that link to join the live stream and get some closed captions. And finally, we just ask you to be respectful of our speakers and just give them your full attention. So turn your phones on silent and just remember that photography is not permitted. Just give me 1 second now and I'll find my card for Vivian. So our first speaker up is Vivian Tong. She recently won a Values Award at NPL for her 3D craft models like this one here that she'll show. And she loves doing coding, particularly MATLAB for her work and Scratch for her local youth club. She'll be demonstrating fun craft models for illustrating materials science and electron microscopy. So I'll hand over to Vivian.
Cool. So can you put your hand up if you think of yourself as a sciencey person? Who here? And put your hand up again if you think of yourself as an arty person. Okay, cool. So there's more sciencey people in the room than arty people, but there are quite a few people who see themselves as arty. So I think I'm definitely a sciencey person, but I also like art, and I use a lot of skills that people would think of as kind of arts and crafts stuff to help me in my science research. And here are some pictures of things that I've made that are kind of arts and crafts that have helped me to understand and communicate the kinds of science research I do with electron microscopes. So my lab is the scanning electron microscopy lab. It'll be open all of today, and you should go and have a look in G9L11 if you can. So my work at NPL is with the scanning electron microscopes. This is a photo of one here. And instead of light, which is what people mostly think of as microscopes, we look at stuff using electrons, which is a little bit like putting nano-sized lightning into the sample and seeing what comes back. This is one of them. We can see really small stuff using the microscope. Here's a split end of a hair. It's 50 microns, which is 1/20th of a millimeter. So we can see this kind of stuff. We can see stuff also that is way smaller than that. So here's a crack, and you can see where I've shown that's 1/10th of the width of that 50 micron hair. And this is a material which is a tungsten carbide cobalt composite material. It's used for cutting tools to make things for drilling and mining and tunnel boring. Here there's a crack in it, and I've traced where the crack has grown. The crack is very thin, but also quite long, and we can stitch many images together to look at how the crack progresses as it gets longer. And I do this because I'm a material scientist, so we want to make sure that the materials that engineers use to build stuff are reliable and fit for purpose, and I use microscopes to tell engineers what's happened to their material and how they can make it better. You can also make the same crack out of cake and jelly. These are cake bits in jelly. This is a lot of my work at NPL involves something like this. You do the experiments, you do some maybe coding or use some software to show the results, and then you tell people about them. And I work with materials that people use to make planes and computers and batteries. And part of my work is to tell people how what I see in the microscope links to what they're doing, or the engineering problem they're trying to solve. So how does arts and crafts come into it? Before I answer that question, I want you to imagine that it's your first day at NPL. And your job is very similar to mine. It's to do the experiment first and then show some results. And what you're given is a list of really complicated instructions. And the results that come out are these weird pictures and numbers, and you don't really know what they mean. But you learn how to do it, and this is okay until you have to tell people. And then you don't really know what you've done, so you cannot really describe it very well. And when somebody asks a question, it is a bit awkward. So this is particularly challenging for microscope experiments because for two reasons. First, the samples we look at are really small, so you can't like pick it up and check like you've not put it in upside down or something. And the second reason is because the world we live in is three-dimensional, but the pictures we take are mostly two-dimensional, and that's how the 3D object corresponds to the 2D image that you see from the microscope picture. It doesn't always match up. It is not always clear how it matches up. And arts and crafts models can help us to do both these things because one, I can make a model as big as I need it. I can hold it in my hands, I can touch it, I can spin it around and check it's not upside down. I can then draw on it or do things to it and take photos of it and be able to intuitively check how the three-dimensional thing links to the two-dimensional picture. So that's how arts and crafts models help me to do these bits of my, understand my science better. Now, if you use arts and crafts model, using these arts and crafts models, you can then move from, I guess, learning how to do the experiment and what to do to show your results, to asking questions more like, what do I want to know? And now, through these models, you have an intuitive understanding of what you're doing. Then you can work out, okay, maybe I should move that joystick. Or what do I want to tell other people? And work out, okay, maybe it's best to draw this graph. So now I'm going to show you 3 examples of 3 science questions where arts and crafts models have helped me in doing these projects. And they are, the first one is, how strong is spaghetti? To do this one, I used some kitchen scales, a lunchbox, and some spaghetti. And to measure how strong something is, one way to do that is to bend it till it breaks. So here we can read the force off using the kitchen scales, and I've put the spaghetti on a lunchbox and pushing down with my thumb to change its shape. We can put it there and observe as you bend it more, you need to put more force to bend it more, and at some point it snaps. And because I videoed this, you can see it snapped at 88 grams, which is 0.8988 newtons. Okay, fine. We don't really care about how strong spaghetti is. We only care about whether it cooks or not. We don't care about how strong spaghetti is, but we do care about how strong materials are for making, say, things like planes. And at NPL, we do these tests, similar tests, not on spaghetti, but on things that are materials for making planes. Here's on the right, a similar bending test where the bit on the top, there is basically like your kitchen scales. It's used to measure the force. We can also do something very similar, which is not a bending test, but a pulling until it breaks test. And that actually fits in the microscope. And you can come to our lab to see it. And the reason it's nice to put it in the microscope is you can link how the change in what happens to its structure as you are pulling it and it's about to break. So come to the lab and watch it, see it. The second question I want to answer is, how do atoms line up? And this is something that we look at in the scanning electron microscope. This is the model, and here are some things, materials I used to construct it. So this is the inside of a scanning electron microscope. I can use it to take normal photos of samples, but I can also do something called electron backscatter diffraction, which is to take photos of the electrons after they bounce off my sample using this camera that slides in from the side. And to do that, my microscope fires this stream of electrons from a gun at the top and into my sample, which is a cage of atoms in ordered formation. And around this cage, my electrons rattle, then bounce out, but this time confined to lines that point into this camera, which snaps a photo. This is a photo, well, this is a model of my sample. You can also see it here. So each ball is an atom, and the sticks between them show how they line up. And these photos of electrons these photos of electrons show lines when I have a sample inside that has atoms that are lined up nicely. This football next to it here shows how the line has the same lines on the football, and depending on how the atoms are lined up in my sample, the lines on the electron photos move, and I've shown that by using this football here. You can see also that not only do they the football matches the photos that you can get from the microscope itself. So these photos of straight lines helps me know which way the atomic cage bars go, though atoms are specks too small for me to look at individually. Because you can see that the lines on the football that I've marked in red and green match the lines on the lines that the sticks make between the atoms. So basically the sticks and the lines make the same shapes. Okay, so my atoms are balls, but the bars of this cage are just merely these traces my eye might find. Imagine, construct, but surely not touch. Are electrons able to read my mind? And how will I know where each atom should go from this crisscross formation, these shadowy lines? What I mean is these sticks aren't really there. I've put them there to show you how the atoms line up. But somehow they match the way the lines that electrons make when they bounce off the sample in these photos. And that's because the atoms act as a filter. Basically, when the electrons go into the sample, they rattle around. The only way they can bounce back out of the sample and make it into the camera is if they happen already to be bouncing along the gaps between atoms. So here, if I can make the gaps line up, line up the balls so the gaps all line up, then the electrons can come out and form a line on my camera. And this is called electron backscatter diffraction. And we can see how they make the same lines when the atoms line up in different ways by rotating this model here. So to show you, I need to rotate my view. Can you see this red cross? The electrons do. This edge is red with green crosses to match this hexagon hidden in every cube. As each atom swivels its cage in space, electron shadow lines dance along too. So that was how electrons line up when they bounce out of atoms. You can come and have a spin in the lab. This will be going back there after this. So the next question is, how do atoms move when you squash stuff? And you can do this with cucumbers. Other vegetables are okay too. And the reason we want to know this is because we want to make reliable materials for doing things like building nuclear power plants or drilling holes and making tunnels. And the experiment worked a bit like this. We squash some metal and do some, look at it in the microscope and say, how do the atoms move? How do the atoms move? This is these are the results. This is a bit hard to read. So my answer is, I don't know. But it's easier to show it if you use cucumbers. It turns out they line up in sheets and they slide around, like the orange cucumber, they slide. Or they can twist, so each cucumber has turned upside down, like the blue one here. And it turns out in this metal, they can twist in two ways. There's these twists are called twins, and there are the pink twins and the brown twins. And the difference between them is that you can see the pink twins grow kind of wide and irregular, and the brown twins are long and thin, and there's lots of parallel ones in the same area next to each other. The main difference between them is that the kinks they make a small kink. The pink twins make a small kinking angle when they twist, so it can grow into any shape it likes. But the brown ones make a steeper kinking angle, so when it grows too fat, it starts elbowing the atoms next to it, which means that you need to, but if you spread out, they can make this corner less sharp and they can relax. So to summarize, the pink twins grow fat and irregular because the angle is small. The brown twins need to spread out to relax, otherwise they start elbowing the atoms next to it. So today I've answered 3 science questions: how strong is spaghetti, how do atoms line up, and how do atoms move? And I hope that I've convinced you that arts and crafts can be a useful tool to to illustrate and understand the science research I do. And if you want to find out more or see any of these models, come to the lab. It will be there for the rest of the day. Thank you very much for listening.
Great, thank you so much, Vivian. Have we got any questions from the audience? We have a few minutes for questions. Anybody have anything they'd like to ask? Yes? Yeah. Mariette will just bring a mic to you now.
Thank you. Were those structures that you showed last, were they expected or were they a surprise to you?
They were expected, but we did not know why they grew. We did not understand the shape at first.
So are you modeling these things as well?
No, but other people have.
Finally, what have you experienced anything that was a real surprise to you, something completely unexpected?
Oh, one day the sample turned into an electron mirror, which is, that was completely unexpected. Instead of seeing my sample, I saw the top of the microscope chamber. And that's what happens when you put high energy electrons onto like a piece of plastic, and then all the electrons sit on the top and they reflect, and then you turn the electron energy down and they just reflect everything that comes back up because you've kind of got a charged surface. That was really unexpected.
So they couldn't break through?
Yeah, because you've kind of got a high charge thing, and then you've turned it into a mirror.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Great, any more?
I don't need a microphone.
You do because of the live stream.
Of course. So you're using electrons. Is there any scope to use smaller subatomic particles?
I don't know about smaller subatomic particles. You can image stuff using neutrons. I don't know what stuff you can image with that is smaller than an electron. I think people use positrons that is like the same as an electron, the same size as an electron, but those are different. I don't use positrons.
They're negative. They're positive, the others are negative.
Yeah, but I don't know how that stuff works.
About the smallest particle you get. Quark is bigger.
Have we any questions from the online world? No. No worries. Any other questions in the room from anybody? Alan, brilliant.
What's the most expensive microscope you've got?
The one that you will see in G9L11 if you come. It's called the Aprea.
Perfect. So you'll be able to find G9 on your maps on the ground floor. If you want to have a look, yeah, you'll see the dots are laid out in G9. And I think, thanks, Vivian, very much for your time. Thank you. Okay, we still have a few more people coming into the room, but welcome everybody to MPL Measure Up Live. So throughout the day, you'll be able to hear from some of our amazing scientists and all the incredible work that they're doing at the National Physical Laboratory. You can take a look at the full timetable of talks on the screen that's just outside this door, so you can come back and check out some more talks later on if you'd like to. Just a few notes on housekeeping. The fire exits are behind you, so the door that you came in, and then when the talk is over, please exit through this door, which is also a fire escape as well. We are also live streaming today's talks on YouTube, so if you head to MPL's YouTube channel, you can find the link to send it to anybody outside who might be interested, and if you're hard of hearing, you can also use that to follow along with closed captions. And finally, we just ask you to be respectful of all of our speakers and give them your full attention, turn your phones to silent, and remember that photography is not permitted. So next up we have Dr. Vivian, who is going to give a talk on the determination of protein-ligand binding affinity by mass spectrometry. He'll discuss a simple method based on mass spectrometry to measure protein-ligand binding affinity.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. So welcome to MPL Open Day. So my name is Behnia, and I'm a staff scientist working in chemistry and biology, so specialized in the technique called mass spectrometry. So in my talk, I want to bring you on a fascinating journey into the microscopic world of proteins and their interactions with ligands by a powerful tool called mass spectrometry. Don't worry if you are not a scientist, I'll promise to keep it simple and engaging. Let's start with the basics. So proteins are the workhorse of our cells. So they perform lots of actions, functions, through the interactions with other molecules, normally we call ligands. So imagine protein as a, sorry, there's no laser point, lock and ligand as a key. So basically protein-ligand bonding works as a kind of a lock and key fitting. So to allow protein to function properly, they need to bond properly to its appropriate ligand. So this is called protein-ligand bonding. So why protein-ligand bonding is important? So in drug development, so scientists basically want to know which molecules bonds best to its target proteins. And the tighter the bonding, basically the more likely the small molecule could be effective drug, just like this one, the orange one, which fits perfectly to the protein structure. So for instance, in our daily kind of lives, we know that the pain relief or high temperature treatment drug, ibuprofen or paracetamol, how do they work? They bind to the protein called coxyl enzymes. Then in this case, it inhibits the excessive synthesis of chemicals, which induces the feeling of pain and the symptoms of high temperature. And their bonding affinities, so basically determines the dosage of drug needed to effectively treat these diseases. Basically, the higher the bonding affinity, then you can imagine the less amount the drug is needed. So in this case, you can see that for ibuprofen or for paracetamol, sometimes it's 200 milligrams, sometimes it's 500 grams. Basically, it's determined by this bonding affinity. Then, how to measure protein-ligand bonding affinity? So here comes the technique called mass spectrometry. So mass spectrometry is a technique which measures the mass of molecules. Basically, it can tell us the exact weight of protein, of ligand, and the complexes they formed, as well as their relative quantities. So to measure protein-ligand bonding affinities, mass spectrometry can help us mainly in three ways. First of all, ionization. Basically, imagine protein and ligand are mixed in a solution. So during ionization, the molecules are given a charge, which brings them into ions. So it's just like attach a magnet into these molecules. making them responsive to magnetic or electric fields. Then in the second step, it's called mass analysis. So mass analysis separates charged molecules based on their mass-to-charge ratio. So imagine it like a race where lighter molecules run faster, which hit the detector earlier, while heavy ones lag behind, which hit the detector later. And finally, it's detection. Basically, all the ions hit the detector, and how many ions hit the detector determines how strong the intensity could be. Basically, it could be the height of the peak. Then a spectrum could be generated. So basically, this spectrum shows the free unbound protein represented by P, and ligand bound protein represented by PL, as well as the relative height indicating the bonding efficiency. So by analyzing mass spectra, scientists can determine bonding affinity. Basically, using the ratio of bound and unbound proteins, as well as the knowledge of concentrations of how much protein and how much is ligand were added into the solution. You can use this formula to calculate bonding affinity in terms of this constant Kd. But however, mass spectrometry, as well as other techniques, they have some flaws. So most of them requires a large amount of purified samples, which takes loads of time, 24 or up to 3 days. Scientists work in the lab just to do the protein purification from complex biological systems. And secondly, these methods normally require the knowledge of protein concentration. That means before doing the measurement, you first of all need to quantify your protein. You need to know how much protein in your sample. So far, to our knowledge, no method is available yet to determine bonding affinity directly from complex samples without quantified protein. So in our work, we developed a workflow which allows us to bridge this gap. So basically, it mainly consists of 3 steps. First of all, protein extraction from the biological samples. Here we use as a tissue sample using the ligand-doped liquid solvent. Then secondly, we dilute the first step, extracted protein ligand mixture to make protein diluted solution. But during this dilution, the ligand concentration is fixed. Then finally, we measure these separately prepared protein ligand mixtures by mass spectrometry. Then we'll generate this spectrum. So we can see that with further, at some point, when the protein concentration is diluted low enough, even with further dilution, the bonding efficiency is not going to be changed. As you can see, the relative intensity between bound and unbound protein. And in this case, we can use this simplified formula derived from classical method, but does not need the concentration of protein to calculate bonding affinity. So it's very exciting to see the value we determined using our NOVA method. Is very similar to the traditional methods, which requires the knowledge of protein concentration. So it makes the measurement much easier and can solve lots of biological complex sample systems. So mass spectrometry has revolutionized many fields. So in drug discovery, it can help scientists to determine which candidate is the best by screening thousands of molecules to see which one bonds best to the target protein. In environmental science, it can detect the pollutants which bonds to wildlife proteins and help to understand their impacts on the ecosystems. In clinical diagnostics, it can detect the disease biomarker which can bind to protein, and in this case, help us to develop therapeutics to treat these diseases after knowing this biomarker and their interaction with proteins. To sum up, I hope I have convinced you that mass spectrometry is a powerful and precise tool that allows us to peek into the tiny interactions between proteins and ligands. By measuring protein-ligand binding affinities, it can help us to advance drug development, it can help us to protect our ecosystems better, and it can also help us to improve our healthcare systems in a more efficient way. And through this talk, I hope that we have been into the fascinating world of protein-ligand binding interactions, and we have seen the powerful capabilities of mass spectrometry. And if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Vin. That was great. I used to work in protein biochemistry, and I hated trying to find the concentration of proteins. We had a machine called a nanodrop, and we used to refer to it as the random number generator because you could never be quite sure of what answer it was going to give you. So just a note for anybody watching the live stream, please do write in your questions on the comments section if you have anything that you'd like to ask us. We'd love to answer your questions here. So before that, I can take some questions in the room if anybody has any questions for Bin. Anybody? Yep, sure. Eleanor.
Thank you, first of all.
Thank you.
Thank you. What's the relationship between this work that you do and what happens in pharmaceutical companies?
So, thanks for the question. So basically, for the pharmaceutical company, the first step is high throughput screening. Their goal is to determine from thousands of potential small molecule candidates, which ones, maybe 50 or 100, could bind to the target protein. Then this method can help them to, first of all, determine which ones can bind or not. Secondly, can help them to ranking the binding affinity for those 50 or 100 candidates. Then help them to make a decision in the next stage, kind of, let's say, lead optimization to optimize the structure for those first step screened candidates. Yeah.
Perfect. Any more questions? David, have you got one?
Yes, I've got a question. Looking at the method of measuring KD, is AI or machine learning or the combination of the two, is that any way of simulating so you could have a very large data set produced to get to a measure? Is there a method using AI?
That's a very nice question, thank you. So in my opinion, I think AI would definitely be a very valuable tool to help us to basically to predict the binding affinity. Assume, of course, it kind of be based on a large database. You have your proteins and you have loads of kind of a small molecule with the binding affinities already known. Then, assuming you kind of want to know a similar structure protein and a similar structure ligand, basically AI could probably be used to predict in which order of magnitude those new unknown systems could be for their binding affinity. But definitely you need to input into AI with lots of already known information, I think, with similar structures or chemical properties, let's see. Yeah.
Thank you.
Perfect. Any more questions in the room? If not, I think we can wrap up and say thanks very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Can I just ask everybody to exit through this door here, so the opposite one to the one you came in? Thank you so much. Perfect. Okay, I think some more people will start to join us in the room. So you're all very welcome to NPL Measure Up Live. Today you'll hear lots of different talks from experts across NPL on all the amazing work that they do here. And you can take a full look at the timetable on the screen that's just outside this room. So you can pop back later in the day for any more talks that you'd like to come along to. Just a few notes for housekeeping. The fire exits are the door that you just came in here, and then this door over here, which is the one that you'll exit through when the talk is finished. We're also live streaming today's talks on YouTube, so if you head to NPL's YouTube channel, you can share the link from there with anybody if you think somebody might be interested. And if you're hard of hearing, you can also join that link to follow along with closed captions if you'd like to. And finally, we'd ask you to just be respectful to our speakers and give them your full attention, and keep your mobiles on silent, and remember that photography is not permitted. So next up we have Dr. Carmen López. Carmen is the technical lead of the project Reproducibility in Processing and Testing for High Energy Batteries here at NPL. Her talk is titled Random Walks, A Personal Perspective on Dendrites, Batteries and Being a Global Nomad. And Carmen will take you through her diverse career pathway, starting from a small island to a big island, and how she has come to work and research batteries at NPL, contributing to energy storage and transition to net zero technologies. So I'll welcome Dr. Carmen.
Thank you, everybody. This is going to be a little different than all the talks that you have seen today. It's going to be a little lighter on the science, but it's going to cover the question, what is it to be a scientist in the 21st century? And are scientists like they are pictured in movies in Hollywood? No, but it's still very exciting, and I personally love it. So in my talk, I'm going to tell you what is a random walk. It's a scientific term. What is a dendrite? What does it have to do with batteries and the performance of advanced batteries? And also how that has dragged me along from a small island in the Caribbean to be out now in this big island in the UK. This is a simplification of my career pathway. I was born and raised in Puerto Rico, which is this small island here in the Caribbean that you cannot see because of the bubble. From there, I went to the continental United States to work as an industrial chemist. Then I went to in grad school. I did my PhD, and then I did my postdoctoral work. For a reason I will explain to you, then I ended up working in Germany, from Germany to Spain, Spain to Qatar, which is this little peninsula here sticking out of Saudi Arabia, and from there coming back to Europe to be in the United Kingdom. How did that happen? Yeah, sometimes I surprise myself. So my early life, as I said, was in a Caribbean island. And since I was a little girl and I started to speak, they asked me what I want to be when I grow up. A scientist, but not necessarily a battery scientist. I wanted to be a paleontologist, a biologist, a geologist, all the ologists. And somehow I ended up being an inorganic chemist, right? Because of my family situation, I come from a working class family, we all had to work. And to be able to go to college, I had to work full-time during the day, and then I went to college during the evenings and spent my weekends and holidays in the library, camping with my backpack and sandwiches and notebooks and you name it. And now it's fun. It was very hard, but the conclusion is that I was able to do it. And fun fact, I graduated top of my class because I was obsessed. I had no life. But I will tell you, and during that time, I also did, I stopped studying and sometimes to go to work and make more money. So these are some of the examples. I was a waitress, like many people do. I work as an assistant in a clinical laboratory. I work in a food truck at some point. I was a secretary and a secretary assistant in a psychiatric practice, which was quite fun. And I have also worked as an industrial chemist in different industries, semiconductors, pharmaceutical industry, and my last industrial chemist stint was in L'Oreal USA doing quality control for cosmetics. That was fun. But eventually I graduated and I made it to graduate school, and I had a science degree, and then I was thinking, what will I do with my life? Okay. And then there were these political situations in which the economy of my home country went down, less jobs. So I had choices, and this is one of the first choices that I had to do, and I call it a decisional node, because you're going in one direction in your life, and then you have to do some decisions that just deviate you a little bit, but some take you completely on the other side of the world, and this is what happened here. So I got an offer from L'Oreal USA, and at the same time I had applied in grad school thinking that I was not holy enough to make it. because my university was not Harvard or Cambridge, even though I was top of my class. But it happened that I got accepted in Purdue University, and I was very excited. Now, some of you might or might not know Purdue, but fun fact, the first person to walk on the moon, Neil Armstrong, was a Purdue University engineering graduate. No relation whatsoever, but hey. All right, so I promised to tell you what are dendrites. Dendrites are all around us. Dendrites are a type of branching growth that occurs in conditions far away from equilibrium, and that is a formal description. All kinds of things grow as dendrites. So trees are like the furthermore example in which you have this big branch and then you have all these self-similar branches that spread in space. But many things grow as dendrites. So you have bacterial colonies. So you start with your group of bacteria and then they start looking for nutrients, and so they disperse in these beautiful patterns. And then you have also the most famous example, snow crystals. Snow crystals fall through the atmosphere and they encounter different degrees of water supersaturation. And then as the molecules of water impact in different ways in the corners of the crystal, then you get all these different beautiful shapes. And these are beautiful, but they are also scientifically interesting. And even your neurons have dendritic patterns and dendrites through which they transmit chemical signals. So dendrites form by different mechanisms, but the most common one is called the diffusion limited aggregate, and it's based off a random walk, which are driven by Brownian motion, which is motion driven by temperature. Okay? So if you take a particle from an origin anywhere, for example, in this circle, and you send it to move around with Brownian motion, it will find a place in which it's thermodynamically stable and stick in there. And then you leave another particle and it does the same, and then it sticks in there. And that's how you end up with these branching patterns that are self-similar on different scales. So what does that have to do with batteries? Well, as I told you, dendrites grow in all kinds of systems. So in batteries, they grow in the electrodes, and they can cause short circuits, thermal runaway. They limit the life of the battery by different mechanisms and catalyzing detrimental reactions inside the battery. And one of the holy grails of battery research for rechargeable high-energy batteries is having metallic lithium electrodes, because they are light, they carry a lot of energy for the amount of volume and weight that they have, but they have a nasty habit of making a lot of dendrites. So every 15 years or so, a young group of scientists are set the task of finding why these dendrites grow and a way to stop them from ruining batteries. It's still ongoing for like 50 years. And then there were a lot of misconceptions about this. But about 15 years ago, a group of scientists in Argonne National Laboratory in the USA discovered that the dendrites were just the surface of the electrode, and then you have porous structures that have much more influence in the way that the battery behaves with these electrodes. And that was the first time that people had demonstrated this. That was me. And after that, 2 years or so after, people wanted to know, but how does that affect the way the battery responds? And there was another group of scientists in Argonne National Lab that discovered how there was a systematic relationship between how these dendrites grow and the life of the battery. That was also myself, and so on and so forth. But I didn't save the world yet, and there is still a lot of effort and a lot of funding in understanding and finding remedies for this type of growth. But so that made me took me to another decisional point. I spent my life in Indiana when I was doing my PhD, working with these dendrites, dreaming about these dendrites, elucidating relationships in the behavior of the electrochemical cells and these dendrites. And so one day, I am in New Hampshire in a conference, standing beside my poster, nobody's paying attention to me, and this guy comes along and he has a beer, and he starts talking to me about his life, his wife, his children. And after 20 minutes, we had a very nice chat. He goes, you're an expert in dendrites and electrochemistry? We are looking for a person exactly like you. And that's how I ended in Chicago. And that was one of the happiest times in my life. And I did a lot of science that I don't have time to tell you about right now, but send me a message and I will. And then 2.5 years into that happiness, I was in San Francisco in a conference, and I was the chair of that conference. And there was a Prince Charming sitting in the audience, just like today. And that's nice, right? And we hit it off, and we've been together for 14 years now. But at that time, he was working in Germany while I was working in Chicago. So he said that he will follow me throughout the world, and it was me who ended up in Germany. Fun fact, I ended up in a town that is called Ulm, in the shores of the river Danube. And in that town was when Albert Einstein was born in 1879. No relation again, but you know, good thing. After that, the story is long. I could speak for 2 days more and not finish. But I just wanted to tell you that during my life, then after that, there were many different decisional nodes that took me across the world. And these are the other countries in which I have lived. I spent some time in Spain, some time in France, because my prince is French, and we have a flat in the greater Paris area. I spent, 5.5 years, almost 6 years in Qatar. Fun fact, that's where the Football World Cup was in 2022. I didn't get to see it. I am jealous. And Qatar, I want to say about Qatar because a lot of people ask me about this. Qatar is a country in the desert just sticking out of Saudi Arabia, right? I told you about that. And Qatar is a strange mixture between being an ultra-modern, it looks like a science fiction movie, actually, place, and then having very, very conservative culture. So you are there, and you are in a mall, and you're going to see people from all over the world with all kinds of dresses, traditional dresses, or ultra-modern, a lot of makeup, a lot of bling, a lot of Ferraris. You can be in a hotel and count the Ferraris going and the Corvettes. And it's just like living in, I don't know if you know this show from the 80s, the Babylon 5, the space station when you have all the races, is exactly like that, except on Earth. And after that, Qatar, I had a career break. I hated it. Science is my personality. Science is my life and gives me meaning. So being in a career break just drove me crazy, precipitated a midlife crisis. But I'm happy to say that then we came to the UK for my husband's career, and I ended up working here at NPL. And I am so excited to be here and so excited about the job that I'm doing. I'm continuing my career in battery research, and I am building another programming here. NPL is a very venerable institution and has a lot of exciting things going on. But in terms of battery metrology, we are relatively young, and we are still developing our capabilities. But we are growing like crazy, business is picking up, and we have a really nice, dedicated team, which, by the way, I have to say this. Diversity and inclusion, my team is gender balance. We are 6 people, we have 3 women, 3 men. We have 4 different generations in there. We have 5 national origins. We have 8 different cultural influences, because we have people who have multiple cultural identities. And that was not our purpose. We chose the best people with the best skill set, and we ended up like that. So I wanted to make emphasis that you can create diversity and inclusion by being open to what all kinds of people can bring, regardless of what ideas we have from some groups or others. You know, just focus on the skills, and you will see the diversity grow by itself. And the last thing I wanted to say to you is, one thing that drives me beyond doing science is the idea that although we are all different, we all have different experience, we come from different places in the world, we should not try to put people in boxes and say, you are from this country, you must be like this, or you must be like that. We need to embrace our differences, and we need to celebrate our differences. And even though we are all different, we deserve the same kind of opportunity to develop ourselves and express ourselves. And this is my talk for today. And thank you. And I think I might have a few minutes to take questions. If you don't make me questions, I will ask you questions. Yes?
What is the difference between lithium? What is the difference between the lithium and sodium battery dendrites?
Not so much different. So they are both very reactive metals. Of course, sodium is a little bit heavier than lithium and is lower in the electrochemical series, so it doesn't have the same driving force. It will not give you the same energy. The difference will be because the ions, the dendrites come from the electroplating and stripping of the electrodes, so the ions will have different solvation shells and different electrochemical potentials. So the potential at which you create a dendrite in lithium will be different from the potential at which you create a dendrite in sodium. They are intrinsic for each system, but everything that can in nature form a dendrite will eventually do.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you. Anybody else?
Any other questions from in the room? And also anybody who is watching our live feed on YouTube, please do pop some questions in the comments if you have anything that you'd like to ask Carmen or any of our speakers.
Okay, no questions. Do I have a minute for a quick...
Yes, you do. Yeah, absolutely.
True and false. Okay, guys, I'm going to read you some statements about scientists, scientific careers, and I want you to raise your hand if you think it's true, okay? So the first one is scientists are mostly introverts and shy. How many of you think this is true? Please, can you raise your hands? Two, okay, three, okay, so everybody's introverted. Yeah. Well, actually, that's false. Scientists, we have a lot of people who are introverts, and those are the stereotypical ones. But I am a living example that you can be a very talkative, and if you don't stop me, I will keep talking. And I like to talk to strangers, and I like to talk about science and to talk about cats, and you know, you get the idea, right? So false. We have all kinds of people, some across a continuum of different personality types, right? So question number 2, scientists are only interested in science. They don't have any other interests or hobbies. Do you think this is true or false? Who thinks it's true? Nobody. Who thinks it's false? Oh, we are in the majority. You are absolutely right. So I myself have a lot of hobbies and interests. The truth is I cannot do them frequently because basically I love science. It's my main interest, so I don't have a lot of time. But I know scientists that are sports dancers, that like to sail boats, people who blog, people who write, people who surf. My husband has a friend who is a scientist who moved to Hawaii so he could surf while doing science. So yeah, we have all kinds of interests. And the last question, this one is kind of controversial. So bear with me. How many of you think that men are naturally better scientists than women? You are okay, this is a safe space in here. If you do think that, you can raise your hand or not. I see somebody smiling. It's a trap. Okay, don't raise your hands, but I'm going to tell you something. Even in the 21st century, there is this wrong perception. And I'm going to tell you something. Anybody across the gender continuum, anybody can be an excellent scientist. Okay? So there is nature and nurture, and everybody who wants to and work hard has the potential. And I think I have run out of time, and thank you for your attention.
Thanks so much, Carmen. That was great. Perfect. So if everybody in the room, if you can just exit through this door here, or if you'd like to stay, we have another talk coming up in a few minutes on thermology health. But yeah, thanks so much to Carmen for her great talk. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Measure Up Live. Throughout the day, you'll be able to pop into the auditorium here and hear from lots of our amazing scientists about the incredible work they do here at the National Physical Laboratory. You can take a look on the screen that's outside the door here for the full timetable, so you can pop back for more talks during the day if you'd like to. Just a few notes for housekeeping. Just note that the fire exits are at the door that you came in at the back here, and then this door that's on my right, your left, which is the door that you should exit through. We are also live streaming today's talks on YouTube, so you can head to MPL's YouTube channel and find the link if you'd like to send that to anyone outside the room. And if you're hard of hearing, you can also join that link on your mobile device to follow along with closed captions. And finally, we'd ask you to just be respectful of our speakers, give them your full attention, turn your phones on silent, and just a reminder that there's no photography across site today. So with that, next up we have Thermology Health, which is Dr. Paul Hayes, who's a former vascular surgeon in the NHS and the chief medical officer of the company Yiwen. Thermology Health is a new spin-out from NPL that is commercializing a new technology which has been developed here based on a highly accurate thermal imaging. The technology has the potential to prevent one of the biggest and most expensive complications of diabetes, which is diabetic foot ulcers. So I'll hand over to speak about that.
Hi everyone, welcome to NPL. Before Yuval and Paul talk, I'm just going to talk a little bit about innovation at NPL. So I lead something called tech transfer, which is basically how we get our innovation out of NPL and into the hands of people who can use it and can benefit from it. We've actually got quite a history of invention at NPL, going back into the 1930s. I'm going to read this. Radar was invented here in 1935. In the 1940s, Alan Turing worked here on the first commercially available computer. I'm sure many of you have heard of Alan Turing. And if you're lucky enough to have had a £50 note, you will see that computer as one of the photos on the £50 note. In the 60s, we invented something called packet switching, which you may or may not have heard of. It's how data is transferred across networks and now forms the basis of something called the internet, which you may have heard of as well. And then in more recent times, we've got technologies all over the place, one of which you're going to hear a lot more about. We can detect earthquakes under the ocean now, which is really important for things like tsunami detection in future. If you find yourselves in the ultrasound lab later, you might find our sonar innovation, which is invented because X-ray-based breast cancer screening actually doesn't work very well for about half of women in the world. And the women it doesn't work for are also those that are highest risk. So it's a bit of a double whammy. And we've invented a new form of ultrasound that can solve that problem, and that we're in the process of commercializing. And then the subject of this talk today, Thermology Health. So as mentioned, this is based on kind of years of research into thermal imaging technology, really, really good thermal imaging technology that has been used in space and nuclear energy and all sorts of places. And then we found out that actually it's really, really good at spotting changes in skin temperature, which are really useful if you have diabetes and you may be at risk of detecting foot ulcers. So with that, I'm going to pass over to Paul to talk a little bit more.
Thanks very much for asking me to speak. So I'm a vascular surgeon, or was a vascular surgeon in Cambridge for about 15 years, and spent quite a lot of time there treating people with vascular disease, and unfortunately it's a common complication of diabetes. And I've amputated more limbs than I care to think about, and treating those patients with diabetic foot ulcers and endlessly trying to save their legs. It's a draining procedure, and sometimes it's successful, but unfortunately sometimes it's not. Yuval contacted me and said, we've got this really exciting technology that's come out of the National Physical Laboratory, and we think we might be able to prevent diabetic foot ulcers starting. And to me, that's sort of manna from heaven. If we can stop these things starting, I will never have to treat them. And that's fantastic. So I jumped to the opportunity, and now I work with Yuval and the team here. So there's an epidemic of diabetes across the UK and across the world. It is consuming vast amount of money and resources, and the healthcare resources are almost as scarce as the actual cash itself in the NHS. It's consuming, diabetes is consuming around £9 billion a year. Well, that's 8% of the NHS budget, and 1 in 6 people in hospital at the moment have diabetes. The main complications of diabetes are stroke-related, eye-related, kidney-related, and then lower limb, so that's your leg, and that really is around ulceration and foot problems, and it's that last complication that I'm going to focus on today, and that's what Thermology is trying to prevent. Unfortunately, all of those complications really affect ethnic populations as well. The Southeast Asian population seem to have a huge prevalence of lower limb problems from diabetes, and it's sort of they're unduly affected. So, bit of Q&A. Anybody, any idea what that represents? I'm going to have to pick on somebody. Okay, they're in the pink shirt. What do you think it is?
People who lose a limb to ulcers every year in the UK?
Every year is, I wish it was every year. There's 175 amputations a week. So by the time you leave NPL this afternoon, another 4 people have lost a leg. So it's really common. And unfortunately, a huge number of these patients are diabetics. But there is some hope, and we'll get to that in a bit. So why are diabetics so prone to getting foot ulcers and damage to their feet? Changes in the way you handle sugars and other metabolic changes when you've got diabetes mean that you get skin thickening on your feet, and you can also get some changes in the sort of architecture of your foot, the shape of your foot. And those two things mean that you get pressure in different areas of your foot to the way it was designed. And that increased pressure then has the potential to damage the skin, and ultimately, if left untreated, that skin damage turns into a break in the skin, and then that becomes a full-blown ulcer. One of the other things that happens for diabetics is that, unfortunately, they gradually lose sensation. So the high sugar levels damage the nerves, and the nerves cease to function. So if I go put on a new pair of shoes and go for a walk, and after I've walked 5 miles, I'm going to start to feel that shoe rubbing, and I'll stop. And that's a good thing. The pain's a good thing because it's warning me. If you're diabetic and you put on a pair of shoes that fit badly, you don't necessarily notice that day after day that shoe is rubbing away at a damaged bit of skin or a bony prominence, and that skin will break down. And when the skin then breaks down, you've got an ulcer. Things get worse, though, unfortunately, if you're diabetic, because diabetes also affects the microvasculature, the very tiny blood vessels in your feet. And because the blood vessels are damaged, then when you've got an ulcer, you have less oxygen to repair the tissues. So to repair tissues needs about 5 times as much oxygen as it does just to keep healthy skin alive. There's less blood to bring white blood cells, so you don't fight infection as well. And also your resistance to infection is reduced when you've got diabetes. So all of these things combined mean that when a diabetic gets a foot ulcer, it's really bad news. 15 to 20% of all the diabetics are at high risk of getting an ulcer. And if you do get one, the mean time to healing is around 6 months. So that's a really big impact, because this isn't like a graze that you put a plaster on yourself. You're going to the hospital once, twice a week, and the nurse is coming to visit you. It completely takes over your life, and the patients can stop really living their own independent existence. So it's a massive impact. So 175 amputations a week in the UK, nearly 3,000 in the US, and that's because they've got a different ethnic population, plus also their rate of diabetes is even higher. Unfortunately, there's great health inequality, so if you're socially deprived, you're twice as likely to get an amputation. And the costs are huge. So £1 billion on diabetic foot ulcers. So if we could stop diabetic foot ulcers forming, we'd be in a great position. Diabetic foot ulcers, as well as having an economic impact, though, do have a personal impact. If you develop a diabetic foot ulcer, your chances of dying within the next few years are about 30%. If you have an amputation, that rises to 50% chance of dying within 2 years. So really something to avoid. But that's all been doom and gloom. Now on to the good news bit. Prevention is possible, thank you to NPL. So if you get your hand and you rub them together, your hands get warm. And it's the same in your feet. If you've got a bit of your foot that's rubbing on a piece of your shoe, and it's rubbing repeatedly, the temperature of that area will go up. You get inflammation at the sites of tissue damage. If you can detect that temperature change before it turns into an ulcer, then you can quite easily do something to the patient and say, right, change your shoes, stop walking for a day or two. They're very simple interventions to stop the trauma happening and stopping that break in the skin occurring. And we know that there are plenty of studies that have shown that if you take point temperatures individually across the feet of diabetic patients, you can pick these things up early. The problem at the moment is that nobody has the time to have your temperature taken at 6 points on each foot 3-4 times a week. It's too complicated, it's too health resource intensive. So what we need is a simple solution to look at the temperature of the feet and look for these hot spots. And when we see a hot spot occurring, we know it's a site where you might get an ulcer. And then we can do something about it before disaster strikes. So at that point, I'm going to hand over to Yuval, who's the CEO, who's going to tell you all about the technology.
Thanks, Paul. Yeah, so when we were talking about the presentation yesterday, Paul says, why do I get the bad news and you get the good news? And I said, well, I mean, he can do my part, I can't do his part, so that's fine. Yes, so prevention is possible, as Paul is saying. And in fact, the international guidelines on diabetic foot ulcer management say measure the temperature. Actually, they tell patients and doctors to measure the temperature every single day in order to be able to prevent these ulcers. So they tell patients and doctors what to do, and what they don't do is they don't tell them how to do that. Because, again, the challenge is how do you actually measure foot temperature? And not just physically, because it's hard to get to, but as Paul was mentioning, the technology out there that's normally used is what's called point thermometers, and you can't just go around and pointing every single day and writing it down and measuring. It's just impractical. So the theory is there, but the practice is not there. So that's where we come in. So what's been developed here at NPL is, first of all, a very accurate measuring device, and I'll show you some pictures in the next slide. But at NPL, being kind of the home of metrology and metrology science, we've developed a device which is about this big, and it takes a thermal image of the foot, the skin, and it's got a heat map which shows you've got, instead of a visual image, you've got a heat map, an infrared image. And like visual images which have pixels making up the picture, this has pixels showing temperature points. So what's been cracked here at NPL is how do you measure accurately the skin temperature across a reasonably sized region. And that's what's done. And that's done to a very high degree of accuracy. Now that in itself is not enough, and what we are in the process of building, but we pretty much have the system up and running, is where the patient is maybe at home or maybe in a clinic, gets the foot scanned and imaged. That goes via simple Wi-Fi to what we call a cloud platform. There we have some machine learning cleaning up the image, we have some AI analyzing it, and then a clinician would get a report saying, here's a hotspot, or here's a signal, here's something to do. So we're not intervening, we're not even diagnosing, but we are saying, here's a red alert, here's a signal, and then the interventions can come in. And those studies have shown that if you intervene early enough, which is this pre-symptomatic stage, then something can be done about it. And they're looking at over 60% reduction in ulceration, which is a huge number. So this is what it looks like. So the pictures here, you can see the actual device. So this is the device that was developed here at NPL, taking these types of heat map images. So red is hot and blue is cold, like you see in the movies with security. And if you look at the visual image of the foot, there's nothing to see. Everything is uniform. There's nothing to see. But once you look at the temperature, then you see temperature differences. We clean up the image with some machine learning. And then what we do, and that's what the guidelines tell us to do, is that you look at the 2 feet and you're looking for symmetrical points. So let's say the toe on the big toe on the left foot, big toe on the right foot. You're comparing the temperature, and if there's a 2.2 degree difference and above, that is a hotspot. That's considered a hotspot, and that's something to be examined. So the idea is quite simple. It's how do you put it in practice and start by measuring accurate temperature, which is the key point. We've done some analysis of what it means for the health service and actually got pretty astounding results, what we call top right-hand corner, where we are both improving patient outcome and saving money. Because normally in health tech, you're either improving outcome, but it's costing money, or you're doing the same thing and with less money, but here we're doing both. So on the right-hand side, you can see that over a period of 5 years, we're looking at potentially saving 25,000 amputations for the UK alone. And again, as Paul mentioned, once a patient has an amputation, there's a 30% mortality within 5 years. So that's what's being saved for the patients not to become like cancer patients with a 30% 5-year mortality. On the money side, since the NHS spends about £1.5 billion every single year on diabetic foot ulcers, the potential savings, which crunching the numbers has shown, is in excess of £200 million per annum. So that's why I said top right-hand corner of saving lives and saving money at the same time. That's why we're getting very excited about it, and also people at the NHS. In the US, as Paul mentioned, the numbers are bigger because it's a bigger country and more diabetes and different population. So in the region of 70,000 amputations over 5 years and over $40 billion saved. So the numbers are just enormous potentially, if this kind of technology can be put into clinical practice. I think you heard a lot about NPL today, so I won't dwell too much, but this is where it has been developed. It's a natural place for this technology to be developed because it's all about measurement, it's all about accuracy. And we, as a spin-out, we are fortunate to have the backing of NPL, and going forward, we as a company intend to spin out, and NPL wants us to spin out as an independent private company, but always with a backing and collaboration with NPL. Just in terms of now looking slightly at the business side of our company, for us, it's about selling the technology to clinicians, and ultimately this is to be used at home by patients. So you can imagine you have a little device sitting on the floor, controlled with a smartphone. You wake up in the morning, you point your feet, you take the picture, and it gets sent to the cloud, gets to the clinician, that's a job done. So not more difficult than measuring blood pressure or other things that patients measure at home. So to summarize, and then we'll leave time for questions, this is I guess a top 3 problem of a top 3 chronic disease, because diabetes is one of the top 3-4 chronic diseases worldwide, and this is certainly a top 3 problem within diabetes. And we think that at least, we have a good way of addressing that, and it's been well proven that if you do this temperature monitoring and acting upon it, then you can prevent these ulcers. So that's where we are. That's who Thermology is and what NPL has been doing in this area. And I think we can open the floor to questions.
Amazing. Thanks so much, Yiwen and Paul. Perfect. So as I mentioned earlier on, we're streaming live on YouTube as well. So just to make sure that anybody who's watching the stream, please do write in your questions on the comment section on YouTube, and we can read them out here in the room and answer them for you. But for now, any questions from anybody in the room? One at the back here.
You say you can act upon it. What actions do you take then to improve?
So if you see a hot spot on somebody's foot, there are fairly simple things. I think the model shows the information going to a clinician, so that the nurse would contact that patient, say, we've seen a hot spot, nothing to be too alarmed about at the moment, take it easy for a few days, check your shoes, put your hand inside your shoes, make sure there's no stones or gravel or anything in there that's rubbing, get somebody to physically have a look at your feet. and then keep taking the pictures. Obviously, if it gets worse, then you're going to get brought into the diabetic foot clinic or the tissue viability team. They'll have a really close look at your feet, maybe check your pulses, and you'll enter into a sort of closer surveillance program. Hopefully, with those simple measures of just taking the weight off your feet and checking your shoes, the temperature hotspot will settle down, and then you just carry on checking your temperature.
It just struck me if you had inserts in shoes where you could reduce the pressure on the in a particular place quite easily, then surely that would have an effect.
So the pressure is part of the thing, but it's the movement and the friction as well. But the pressure thing's a good idea, and there are actually a couple of, there's a company that has got an insert that measures the temperature. That's got some problems though, because it only measures the bottom of your foot, and obviously that's not all of your foot, and also when you've got shoes on and you're walking around, it's not that representative of a sort of stable baseline. Like when Yuval says, first thing in the morning when you get out of bed, you take the photo at the same time every day, and you get, the system will learn what your feet look like over a period of time. So the more often you take the pictures, the smarter it gets. It knows how your feet change over the course of months or days. So.
Yeah, we have a question here in the second row. It needs to be for the live stream.
No, I just wondered why, if you have an amputation, there's such a high death rate, you know, kind of, after an amputation.
Yes, so the answer is quite complicated. Partly it's to do with the fact that you've had an amputation because you've got a lot of other disease processes going on. So that's what's pushed you towards that amputation. So some of that you can't undo because those complications are already done. But there are effects from becoming less mobile, taking less physical activity, and those sorts of things. And so some of those things can be reversed. So you can't stop everything, because just getting a diabetic foot ulcer puts you in a high risk for mortality.
Just to add on that, so we've been doing a lot of work with King's College Hospital in London, and there's a chap there called Professor Mike Edmonds. He's probably one of the top gurus in the UK in diabetic foot. And his saying is that diabetic foot ulcer patients die from their feet up. And it's a bit like when more elderly people, they fall, they break something, and often that's the beginning of the end because it cascades into all sorts of knock-on effects. And so that's partly what is going on.
Yeah, it's just that I was thinking that some sorts of people have amputations from
But you're immobile for a long time, so putting on more weight, getting diabetes less under control, and just cascading.
Yeah, we have a question then from this gentleman here.
Yes, thermal imaging has been around for a long time, so I wondered what particular technical advances you were making here with NPL, given that we're here to see, to see what NPL is doing.
Yes, no, that's a good question. And you're right, thermal imaging has been around for a long time, and it's widely used, and you can kind of buy a thermal image camera on Amazon, and it's fine. The point about those thermal imaging cameras is that they're not that accurate. They're mainly used for security, and for security, if the intruder has a fever or is healthy, you don't care. You want to see the heat map, the yellows, the reds, and the blue background, and so on. So what we've done is taken these standard thermal imaging cores, as we call them, and narrowed down the uncertainty, so increase the accuracy from, typically they're around 2, 3, 4 degrees Celsius. So if you buy even a good one online, that's the range. So we've narrowed it down to 0.2, and that's the big step. So we made it 10 to 25 times better than what you see out there. So, and that's the big jump. And it's not a trivial problem to do that. It's not trivial to get it accurate and to do that consistently and reliably over time in different room temperatures and so on. That's the clever bit.
And fabulous talk, by the way. You both summed it up really clearly and quickly. So it's almost like a no-brainer, fantastic. But how's it going down with the NHS budget? Are you are you contemplating everyone buying all district nurses having them, or is the NHS taking advantage of this? Has it got the money to do that? The tricky question.
The short answer is I wish I knew. No, so we are working with the NHS. They're very interested in this. It's a bit early days, so because this has just come out, so we're still in a way, trial stage, etc. But yes, I mean, the maths are quite compelling. So in principle, it should be paying for itself, and that's one of the things that we're looking at. We're also looking at other markets where the payment model is different, which is the US, for example, and it lends itself more to insurance-based reimbursement. But because we're saving money, it doesn't take much to start making it self-paying, because the system is not that expensive.
Should we campaign for you?
Absolutely, absolutely. Please do.
No, it's brilliant. I have a mum, that's my only who's getting these problems, so it's fantastic. But
no, thank you.
I suspect, from my cynicism, that it might take a while for the NHS to be convinced.
Yes.
Yeah.
Have we any questions from the online world, Georgie? No, nothing yet? No problem. Anybody else in the room? If not, I have a cheeky question. So I had knee surgery in November last year, and I'm 30, so I'm very young. But one of the risks was infection, and I know obviously with total knee replacements in particular, in older people it's a big do you see this maybe being used in other areas where you could monitor for hotspots rather than somebody having to attend hospital appointments constantly for follow-ups?
Yeah, I think totally. I mean, this is a platform technology, isn't it? I think diabetic foot is the biggest issue. But wound infections is huge, and certainly monitoring wounds, if you've got a high-risk wound over a knee replacement or a joint, those sorts of things. We're also interested in if somebody gets a foot ulcer, you can have bacteria in there that aren't causing it to be sort of overtly red and hot. So it's not, you wouldn't look at it and go, oh, it's infected. But actually, if those bacteria are sort of gradually working away in the background, causing a very local inflammation, that really restricts the ability of the wound to heal. And actually, if we can see that on the camera, there are ways of removing those bacteria without necessarily giving people antibiotics. So those sorts of things, there are lots of places
huge potential,
huge potential.
And just to say another area that we're getting interest around are bed sores, pressure sores, which are a big problem in hospitals,
and nursing
big
homes.
Problem in nursing homes. So and it's all around the same thing, that visually you look at it and things look fine, but there's an inflammation going on underneath, so temperature signals, and we're looking at that. But as Paul said, this is a huge area, and that's our kind of main focus, but also looking at these other areas.
Great. Any further questions from anybody here? Yeah, we have one here.
What would be the ballpark unit price for one of these devices and the ballpark price for the processing that goes on behind it? Can you give us any idea?
Yeah, so we haven't determined kind of, we're not selling yet, we also don't have regulatory approval to sell yet, but in principle, so this is a system, so it's not just a device where you buy it like an iPhone and that's it. It's a system. So the model will be charging per patient, actually, and we're looking at around, say the US market would lend itself to this kind of model. It's around $500 a patient per year, plus or minus, which is not a lot when you think of it, and certainly not in terms of these numbers. In fact, when we model these health economics, these are the prices we put in as the cost of the technology.
Yep.
Do you need to control for like other reasons why the temperature of the feet might change, or is that not an issue?
I think we do. It could be multiple reasons, and I think Paul said that if there's a hotspot, it's not, okay, let's go and amputate. It's not that. If there's a hotspot, let's measure again, let's see what happened before. There's something called the diabetic foot exam. So when there is a suspected ulcer, patient goes in and gets a full examination, which includes sensation and palpation, and they have their protocol that they go through. So between that and saying you have an ulcer, there's a lot. So all we're doing is an early warning signal, which doesn't exist today.
Perfect. Okay, that brings us to a close for this. Thanks so much, everybody, for your attention. And if I can just ask everybody to exit through this door, so the opposite door that you came in. Thank you so much. Okay, I think we can start now. So welcome everybody to MPL Measure Up Live. So throughout the day you can hear lots of different talks from all of our amazing scientists about the incredible work they do here at the National Physical Laboratory. You can take a full look at the timetable of talks just outside the door here on the screen if you'd like to pop back for any more later. And just a few notes for housekeeping. The fire exits are at the door you came in here, and then there's this door on your left behind you. We are streaming today's talks as well live on YouTube, so that's why we have our lovely camera crew in the room here. If you would like to go to YouTube and find the link so that you can send it to anybody outside the room, please do. And if you're hard of hearing, you can follow along with closed captions. And finally, we just ask you to please be respectful of our speakers, give them your full attention, switch your mobiles to silent, and just a reminder that photography is not permitted. So next up, we have a talk on light and matter interaction at the nanoscale, a key to understanding and sustaining and improving our world, with Dr. Mayela Romero-Gomez. I'll pass over to her.
Thank you very much for the introduction, and thank you very much to you to pick up this particular talk. At the end of it, I expect that you will agree with me on 3 things. 1, pursuing a career in science is exciting and cool. 2, researching and the development of applications in light and matter interaction is one of the key to help us to understand, sustain, and improve our world. And 3, the measurements of any development and applications of materials to any technology creates confidence in the materials characteristics and the technology's performance, therefore helping to do decisions based on data, therefore allowing industry to be more confident to develop processes and the applications itself in a more sustainable way. So then let's go to it. Before starting on the light and matter interaction case, I wanted to pose this question to you: why it is important to study science, and in particular, why it is important to study physics. So when I was a kid, one of the main phenomena that struck me was the 1991 total solar eclipse, which was visible in Mexico. And I didn't know a lot of astronomy back then, but then there were many other events observables in our day-by-day world, which drove my curiosity, such as, for example, how is a rainbow created? Why sometimes the sunsets are red and sometimes are more pink? How does a kaleidoscope work? And what does the wings in the butterflies are different in color to their caterpillar counterpart? Many years later, I understood that basically color of everything we see arise as a natural consequence of light and matter interaction at the nano and micro scale, with either pigments, dyes, or structures present in the objects. You can see that, for example, the beautiful orange creamy in the Aztecs sandstones in the Grand Canyon arise due to inorganic pigments that contain some iron and help to create that color when it oxidizes. On butterflies, birds, and beetles, for example, the beautiful colors arise from the structure of their particular wings or covers. And in plants, all of the variety, not only plants, also fruits, of colors that we observe arise from the accumulation of organic pigments in the cells. Now, the colors that we observe depend upon the properties of either those of tree and how they absorb, reflect, and scatter light. Nature even have a more sophisticated way to create color, and this is known as bioluminescence. So luminescence in the differently to the previous cases, occurs due to a chemical reaction when a particular compound absorbs any kind of those different energies and then breaks down and releases a photon. So in here you can see some examples by plankton creating bioluminescence in some beaches, or the fireflies. I recommend you to go to there. It's beautiful, firefly sanctuary in Mexico, or even some fungus, sorry, not fungus, mushrooms. Great, but this is biochemistry, and that's not my expertise. So let's go to the one that I really like, and that's the structural color. So you can see in this example how the colors in the butterfly, in the blue emperor butterfly, depend strongly around the structure of the wings. So we can observe this with a scanning electron microscope, super high resolution. You can see that the darkness arises from what is pretty much a perfect absorber due to that different diameter and due to, in addition to just absorption or reflection, some other contributions such as interference of light. And then, for example, the sparkly blue arises basically for a multi-layer photonic crystal array in the wing. So this is a very smart way of manipulating light, and nature discovered it around 515 million years ago. We are not so bad. Humans also did it around the Roman Empire, and you can observe this beautiful artifact called the Lycurgus cup. And then you can see that basically the color that we can see the cup depends on which is the direction that we are exciting. So when we observe it in reflection, it looks green. When you put the light inside the cup, it looks red. Though the alchemists probably didn't know that they were having very small nanoparticles of gold and silver back then, basically what happens is that in the green scenario, silver is majorly scattering the green light, whereas in the red we have a combination of effects of the gold nanoparticle being absorbing the green color and the silver nanoparticle scattering blue colors, blue and green colors in the inside too. And then we have preferentially red coming through. That's why, like in transmission, that's why we see it. Now, this effect, now we have a name for that. It's called a localized surface plasmon. And what is that? Well, basically, the electrons that surround the metal nanoparticle oscillate when we have a wave coming. So they absorb the wave. They localize the energy or the electric field of that wave in the surroundings, just as you can see in there. And then that can be either just decay or being scattered in a different color. But this is really important because that highly field localization can help us to develop different applications. One of the very important ones can be sensing and detection of small molecules surrounding the nanoparticle. And this is another way, like you can retrieve that. For example, if you absorb energy from the sun, then you can send it to decay in separating electrons and then harvesting that energy more efficiently. So this is a beauty. So now, that's only one example. Like the Romans used just single nanoparticles. Now we have very nice and sophisticated methods to fabricate micro and nanoparticles. And each of them can be created to the application that you want, you name it. It can go from, for example, photovoltaic cells to transparent electrodes, for example, for your touch screens, transistors, miniaturized for more new and more efficient technologies in computation, for example, or even in sensing for medical applications. But how do we know that these materials actually do what they are supposed to do? Well, that's where metrology enters. And because we are talking about very, very small scales, we need really sophisticated and accurate high-resolution techniques. And in in my group, we basically or mainly utilize scanning probe techniques, and the kind of microscope that we have is called an atomic force microscope. So that measures interaction, both short and long range interactions between a diminute tip and the sample of interest. So now we can take images just of what we are creating, but then we can also modify our technique, apply a current, apply light, for example, to be able to see these optical modes that I put in the previous slide. And we can also manage to measure the electrical response or the thermal response of a material. So this is mainly the equipment that I work with, and this is called an scanning near-field optical microscope. And as I mentioned, what we do to be able to see how light interacts with the specific materials, we focus a beam into this tip, and then we have a very localized field that will induce some kind of force, in this case our dipolar induction in the sample, and we can able to know by the light that we collect after the interaction, we can say, okay, which is the material that we're having, how efficiently this absorbs light. And in the case of localized surface plasma, we can see how the field localized surrounding the nanoparticles. Not only that, we can see how that field oscillates, and that's particularly important for applications where you want to have coherent excitation. That means like all the waves move at the same at the same time, and for example, to have interference between them to create different kind of light, for example. So now, apart from that, in our group, as I mentioned, we measure a lot of things. So our more sophisticated equipment, I think, is our 4-prong scanning tunneling microscope, which allow us to see with very high precision the quality of certain materials up to the atomic scale. And here you probably have heard many times about graphene. This is a close snapshot of graphene and their atoms. This is a surface of gold, and you can see how we have golds. We call these domains. So we have multi-crystalline domains of gold, and for some applications, what you want is to be flat in order to have specific responses. And well, this is the beautiful organization of the salt crystal. Just for sure, if you want to know more, you can contact my colleague. Then I mentioned to you, we can also do measurements of thermal properties. In this case, I am showing to you how the heat in a gold wire varies when you apply different currents. Why is this important? Well, you know that a lot of small components in electronic devices are based on gold. So this helps us to know how effectively, so this helps us to measure device failure. We can also measure magnetic domains, and this is in bidimensional materials. These are envisioned to help us to miniaturize even more electronic components that we need for new generation computers. And then finally, all of those examples are on the material development, but how do we know that a device is going to perform as it's going to need to perform in real life? Well, this is an example of a collaboration with industry, and this is such a cool result. So in here, basically, by developing an environmental chamber, we are able to measure graphene-based sensors for the detection of pollutants in the environment. You can see that, for example, we have a significative response even with small amounts of particles such as 10 parts per billion in the environment. So this was a work that was performed in collaboration with industry through one of the schemes that NPL handles for that. And then, yeah, okay. So with this, I hope I convinced you that measurement is very important, both for the development of new materials and also to assess the performance of the integration of materials. And just to finish, I thought it was worth to mention the specific career path that I took, just in case there's somebody in the audience that is, you know, thinking about going into science. First of all, I just want to say that the specific path for every scientist is very different. Usually it's not linear, and that's all right. Okay, so I did my bachelor degree in physics and a master in nanoscience in materials in my dear San Luis Potosí in Mexico. And then I moved to London to do my PhD in King's College London. I was very lucky that my country had funds to go and study science, so I had a full scholarship for both my master's and my PhD degree. But also I had a lot of help from many friends, professors, family. So that's important. You can see that I moved to study different things. It's important to know what you really like and to find what you really like. So I started with polymeric and polyelectrolytes to study or try to develop a system for drug delivery. At some point, trying to obtain cost-effective graphene derived chemically. And I found my crush, I will say, in King's College London, studying light and matter interaction in one thing that you're probably going to start hearing more and more, metamaterials. In this particular case, it's a plasmonic metamaterial, and I test this one for biosensing and photodetection applications. Now, this brought me to NPL, where I'm really happy based in my group today. And to say, oh my God, you were not joking, Mr. Feynman. There's plenty of room at the bottom. So yeah, if you have any question, please. Thank you.
Amazing. We have time for a couple of questions, if there's any in the room. Anybody like to ask a question?
Any question? Yeah.
Yes, we have one here. Alan, are you able to get a mic to this gentleman?
It appears to me that from the scales you put up, that a lot of the structures you're looking at are either close to or only a very small multiples of the wavelengths involved in observing them. For instance, the 2-micron wire.
Yeah.
What was that in infrared, which is what?
Yeah, that goes.
Nanometers of 1 micron, 2 wavelengths.
Yeah, that goes, and that particular has interaction in the mid-infrared, for example, 5.8 microns. But even though they are big structures, the relevance is that you can induce one thing called nonlinearities in gold, and then you can induce, for example, these nonlinear processes can help us to go either up or down in wavelengths. The mechanisms are quite different, and these are called either some frequency generation, high harmonic generation. And that's this particular system, if I'm allowed to just speak a little bit more about that. This one, yeah, so basically what we wanted in here, so there's one thing called spontaneous parametric down conversion. And then the idea is that usually for quantum technologies such as quantum imaging and to generate pair of photons that are entangled, currently we have very big bulky crystals. So then this is called a metasurface, and this was made based on gold by your student Toby. And basically the beauty of this kind of system is to reduce the size of current nonlinear crystals and to tailor the response as well. So basically I forgot to mention, and that was actually really key, these plasmonic responses, you can tailor them by modifying the shape, the size, and even the material that you're using for the array.
So you can turn it round and design for a purpose.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, great. We're just out of time, so if anybody has any questions, please do.
Please just come and
speak
find me if you
at the
have
lab.
any question, and thank you very much for your
sure.
attention. Again.
Thank you. And if you can just please exit through the opposite door where you came in, so this one on your left-hand side. Thank you. Welcome everybody to MPL Measure Up Live. Thanks so much for joining us. Throughout the day you'll be able to hear lots of amazing talks from our scientists. You can have a look at the full timetable that's just outside the door here for any other talks that you'd like to come back and see later today. Just a few notes on housekeeping. The fire exits are behind you. It's the door you came in and the other door behind you on the left here. We're also live streaming today's talks on YouTube, so if you'd like to go to our YouTube channel to grab that link and send it to anybody that you think might be interested but couldn't make it today, please do. And likewise, if you're hard of hearing and you'd like some closed captions, you can join that link too and follow along if you need to. And finally, we just ask you to be respectful of all our speakers, give them your full attention, turn your phones to silent, and just remember that no photography is permitted at MPL today. So next up, we have Sajedeh Behnia, who's going to give a talk on rising tides and a changing world, measuring climate impacts on global mean sea level, and she'll explain the reasons behind why sea levels are rising, how we're able to monitor that, and what MPL is doing to contribute.
Hello, and welcome to MPL. My name is Sajedeh, and I've been here working at NPL for 2 years with the Climate and Earth Observation Group. Let's start from this image. My hope is that everyone in this room is at least, to some extent, concerned about an image like this. This is the Manila Bay in the Philippines under high tide situation. And this is just one of the many images that you can find. And if we as human beings keep doing what we are doing the same way that we are at the moment, then we may expect to see more and more of these, and even things which are scarier. So I'm not going to warn you about climate change, but I'm going to talk about things which are more interesting, the scientific aspect of it, like what's happening, what do we know about it, what is it that we are measuring, and what is it that we as NPL do about the climate change. Basically what happens is that we are generating too much greenhouse gases, and the problem is that when the energy from sun is emitted towards the earth, so naturally part of this energy is absorbed, part of it is radiated back, and it's trapped by the greenhouse gases, and part of it just escapes the atmosphere. And that's how there's a balance, a thermal balance in the atmosphere. But now that we have produced too much of carbon dioxide, too much of methane, and there's too much water vapor in the atmosphere, the problem is that too much of this energy is being trapped in the atmosphere. So this excess energy needs to go somewhere. And what happens is that a small portion of it, let's say 1% of the energy, is leading to a rise in the temperature, something that we are experiencing in our everyday life. Part of it is contributing to the melting of the ice, like sea ice, land ice, losing the glaciers. And the major part of it, like more than 90% of that, is simply absorbed by the oceans. And what happens is that when the ocean absorbs that amount of energy, it starts to expand. So there's a thermal expansion, and that's how we see that the sea level rises. And we also have the melting of the ice and everything to be added to that. There are different things about the climate change. So sea level rise is just one of the climate variables that we are interested in and we need to measure in order to be able to cope with the climate change, to come up with some plans, like action plans. But it's one of the really important ones, simply because that's where a great amount of the excess energy is simply being absorbed, and that's where we get a response. So what we can measure is there has been measurements of the sea level. There has been tide gauges all over the world, and we have done that for centuries. But for the last 4 decades, we have been able to use satellites to measure the rise of sea level much more accurately. And this is what you see, like from 1993, we are using radar measurements of satellites, and this is how we know how much sea level is rising. It's something about 3.3 millimeter every year. And it's not just a simple trend, there's also some acceleration involved, so it's just getting worse and worse. I first want to talk about how we measure this. As I told you, we are using satellites. This is just an image of one of the satellites. This is Sentinel-6 Michael Freilich, which was launched in 2022, and it's still orbiting the Earth. So there are different instruments on board this satellite. One of them is a radar altimeter. An altimeter, as the name suggests, is an instrument which helps with measuring the altitude. I do have probably more interesting version of this slide here. So how do we measure? This is the Earth doing its job, like orbiting. And then this is the satellite orbiting around the Earth. So for a satellite like Sentinel-6, it takes about just below 2 hours to do one orbit. And then there's a slight shift and then another orbit, and the satellite goes on and comes back to the same spot as it was in about 10 days. That's for Sentinel-6, not necessarily for all satellites. And obviously, the satellite is doing something. It's collecting data, but what type of data is it collecting? The radar altimeter sensor on board this satellite sends out a radar pulse towards the Earth, so it could be the surface of the ocean. And this pulse travels through the atmosphere. It hits the surface of the ocean, and it's backscattered in different directions, but major part of it in the direction that it received the signal. So the radar pulse travels towards the Earth. It then travels back towards the satellite, and we are able to measure the time that it takes for a single pulse to do this round trip. We are also aware of the speed of the radar wave. So we know the speed, we know how much time it has taken for this pulse to do the round trip, and simply we can measure this distance between the satellite and the Earth. We also know where the satellite is exactly, and that means that if I subtract the distance between the surface of the ocean from the altitude of the satellite, I get an idea of the sea level. So that's a single measurement, and we do have many satellites doing this. They do have radar altimeters on board, which are using different technologies. Each one of these satellites have their own lifetime, they have different orbits, so they're just collecting measurements everywhere. Like on average, a satellite like Sentinel-6 collects about 20 measurements every second. So it's millions of measurements every day. And we have been doing this for 40 years. And what we need to do is to use all of those measurements to calculate the mean sea level all over the globe. That's not as easy as I explained. It's not a simple subtraction to get that altitude, because there are different things happening. So the radar pulse is slowed down by different effects while it's traveling, and then when it hits the surface of the Earth, it's not hitting like something which is a fixed surface. Like there are tides, there are all things happening. So we have to remove all of those effects to get an estimation of the water level. And then we have to get rid of all the noisy data and everything and average all that data to have what we know as the global mean sea level. And if you want to get a better idea for how much the global mean sea level has risen, and we know that from satellite altimetry, this is another version of the graph that you just saw. This is exactly how much sea level has risen since I was 3 years old. So we are doing a good job. In fact, we are measuring like that. I talked about all those corrections, all those problems and everything, but we are measuring sea level rise within an uncertainty of 0.3 millimeters. So it's a sub-millimeter level of reliability, let's say. But the problem is that for us to be able to inform other scientists, to find solutions to bigger scientific challenges, to better understand the climate change, and also for decision makers to be able to come up with more realistic action plans, we need to do still a better job. So 0.3 millimeter per year is not good enough. We need to do a better job. And that is exactly what here at NPL we are trying to help with. How do we do that? So we need to take that single pulse. We need to go through this whole journey of traveling through the atmosphere, getting back, and all the corrections and everything, and the averaging of the data, and to check different sources of uncertainty which are happening at every single step until we get the global mean sea level estimation. And this is just an example of how we do this. So this is called an uncertainty tree diagram. So it's a tree which is telling us about different sources of uncertainty involved in different steps. So basically it starts with the signal that we receive from satellite. It goes this way. I'm not going into the detail. And here we get the global mean sea level. And to be honest, this is a high level uncertainty tree diagram. So I can open each one of those boxes and you will see another one of these tree diagrams. We do this, we calculate, we study different sources of uncertainty in the hope that we get to estimate the global mean sea level with a level of uncertainty which is acceptable, which is something that we need and we are aware of. Yeah, thank you.
Amazing, thank you so much. So we have time for a couple of questions. We can take a question in the room. I don't think we have any questions online. Is that right, Georgie? Perfect. So any questions in the room? Yeah, we have one just back here. Ala will just give you a mic, just 1 second.
Could you tell us, do you know how much mean sea level is rising in the Thames estuary?
Oh, no, I cannot give you. No, sorry.
How do you test your approximation? How do you test it against reality? Does somebody go out there with 3 millimeter, which is that's big?
Yeah.
How do you test it?
A really good question. So there are two aspects to test. So we do validate using other sources of information. So we are doing a satellite measurement, but on the Earth we do have tide gauges, for instance, or we have buoys in the ocean, so we can compare to another measurement. And then we have different satellites which are collecting information. We can compare data from different satellites. But when you're talking about sub-millimeter level accuracy, that's a different story. We have to be to pay attention that this is a level of accuracy for global mean sea level. So this is after so much averaging. It's not as if I'm telling you that that single radar pulse is giving you an estimate which is that accurate, you know. So it's a bit different.
You are trying it, if you do it.
Yeah.
I think we have another question here. Thank you.
So it's not rising equally around the globe.
No.
So which areas are rising the quickest?
Which, excuse me?
Which parts of the world is it rising the quickest?
Again, I don't know.
Yeah, we have time for, I think, just one more question here.
Thanks. So in your graph of the increase in sea level, which overall was fairly linear, but there were occasions where it was rising quite sharply and then falling quite sharply. Do we understand what was going on those occasions?
A rising, sorry, I didn't.
Yeah, I don't know if you can go back to the slide of the graph, but
where there's a sharp rise, I think, and then a sharp fall.
Oh, like the jumps and what's happening.
Yeah.
It goes down and then it goes up and increases.
Yeah.
The slope increases.
I'm not sure, but I mean, I'm pretty sure there are ways, like Emma could probably, but I don't remember, like.
I'll give a quick answer. In 2011, it rained a lot in Australia, and the water drained into Australia, and Australia doesn't have big rivers, so it took 2 years for the water that had fallen on Australia to make its way out again.
That's real.
Perfect. Okay. Thanks so much, everybody, for your attention. And if you wouldn't mind just exiting through the door on your left-hand side as you come out. Thank you so much. Okay, perfect. I'll just let the last few people take their seats. Welcome everybody to Measure Up Live. So throughout the day, you'll be able to hear lots more amazing talks from our scientists who work here at the National Physical Laboratory and the great work that they do here. You can take a look at the full timetable on the screen, which is just outside the door, and have a look for any talks that you might be interested to pop back and see later in the day. Just a few notes for housekeeping. The fire exits are the door that you just came in, and then this other door on your left behind you. And also please exit through this opposite door when you're leaving. We're also streaming today's talks live on YouTube, so you can go to our YouTube channel and grab the link if you'd like to share it with anybody outside who's not able to make it today. And if you're hard of hearing, you can also follow along with some captions on that if you need to. And finally, we just ask everybody to be respectful and just turn your phones on to silent and give everybody your full attention. And remember that photography is not permitted. So next up, we have Eleanor Merson, who is going to speak about manufacturing metrology. And Eleanor will discuss how metrology in industries is changing and ever evolving, and our trust in data will be as important as ever, and how NPL are supporting with this.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. You're probably, if you read the news a lot, thinking, why is she talking about manufacturing? The UK doesn't make anything anymore, do we? We just have service industries. Actually, that's not true. In 2023, the UK was the 8th largest manufacturing nation. Scores aren't in for 2024, but I've got my fingers crossed for 7th place. We also last year generated £224 billion of value added into the economy. We employ around 2.6 million people, and 49% of everything that we export is manufactured goods made here in the UK. It's not just about the economic value, though. I think we've seen over the last few years how important it is to have the capabilities to manufacture here in the UK for other reasons as well. For example, for very quickly manufacturing face masks. So having that core capability is really important to us. Having said that, if you are locals to the Teddington area, I could understand that you might think that we don't manufacture because it's not exactly an industrial landscape. But as you can probably tell from my accent, I'm not from around here either. So the manufacturing metrology part of NPL is based up in Huddersfield in Yorkshire, where there are a lot of manufacturing companies. We were set up originally to help those companies with dimensional measurements, because a lot of things that are made, what you're interested in is how big are various parts of them. But we've branched out a little bit over the last few years, and that's really what I'm going to tell you about today. Now, I'm actually an NPL newbie. I've only been here for 6 months, and I've got a secret that I've not told anybody at NPL. I come from the manufacturing industry, and I never liked metrology. Sorry. Let me explain that, though. So part of the reason for that is it's really difficult to explain how it adds value to a customer. If I spend money on a new coating line, then I can say to the customer, you're getting this new coated product. And the customer, assuming you can sell the benefits, will pay you extra for that. It's like you would pay more for a chocolate digestive than you would for a plain digestive. Exactly the same. But it's much harder when you're talking about metrology, when you're saying that if I buy this machine, then I can tell you that my product is what I say it is. And the customer's like, well, it should be anyway. Why am I going to pay extra for that? It is worth doing. It's very valuable because it adds information on how we can make better products so that we're making less scrap. So it does save us money in that way. But the other thing I didn't like about it is how long it takes. So often we'd run something off the production line and then we'd have to let it sit for 48 hours to get to the right temperature before we could measure it. And by that time, we've made 5,000 more of them. So if we find out it's wrong, well, it's a little bit late, isn't it? I'm not the only person in manufacturing who feels like this. I was in a road mapping session once with somebody from one of the very big UK manufacturers, and he stood up and he said, in 15 years' time, I'm not going to have to measure anything. And he said it with such glee, which I agreed with at the time. Now I'm a little bit gutted, to be honest, but there we go. But his point of view was that sensors were coming in on all of his processes. If he understood everything about how the product was made, then he wouldn't have to measure the final product at all. And he thought that this was absolutely fantastic. I'm looking at this now and I can see quite a few problems though. One of the issues is, yes, manufacturers are using a lot of sensors, but a lot of it is being done by curious engineers like myself who think, oh, I wonder if we could measure that and buy something for 20 quid off eBay. Now, obviously, the quality may be a little bit questionable. And how do you judge the quality of a sensor? Even if it is the most accurate way of measuring in the world, are you actually measuring in the right place? Because one of the issues with manufacturing processes is it can be quite difficult to get to where the action is. I used to design drill bits before I came here. And one of the things we'd really like to know is what is the temperature at the tip of a drill bit? Two problems with that. Drills go down holes and they spin around in circles. So putting wires on things won't work, thermal imaging won't work. So what you have to do is measure quite close to where you're drilling and then do some calculations. And then you get the errors in the calculations as well as your errors in the measurement. So that's not great. I think the other thing that we need to think about is manufacturing is quite complicated. So let's think of an example that everyone is familiar with, baking chocolate chip cookies at home. You have your ingredients. You have a multi-stage manufacturing process. You have to mix, you have to put out on baking sheets, you have to put in the oven, and then you take your cookies out and allow them to cool. There are a lot of different things that can change in that, or variables. And what makes it complicated is that the variables can affect each other. So for example, if I'm baking on a hot day and my butter is a little bit more melted, then I might need to mix it for less time to get the same result. So what we have to do is take what we call a systems approach to measurement and think about all of these different things and how they are all affecting each other. It's not even as simple as doing that though, because what is coming in now is artificial intelligence and machine learning. Now, if I am very familiar with a manufacturing process, I can look at the data that is coming in and I can say, yes, that looks right. Oh, something's gone wrong there, but it's probably the sensor that's broken. Let's go in and fix it. Problem with machine learning is the machine doesn't necessarily have that intelligence until you program it in. Now, if you're keeping a very close eye on the machine, that's fine. But if that machine learning is making decisions about your manufacturing process and changing things while you're running without you understanding about the quality of the data that's going into it, you can imagine that that could be quite dangerous and not end well. So one of the things that NPL does really well, as you've probably seen as you've gone around, is they do some really weird measurements. And a lot of them are for manufacturing. So some examples: how red is your tomato ketchup? How shiny is your cat's fur? How close does your razor shave? And these sorts of measurements that are really useful to manufacturing because it's how they quantify how good they are. But we can also apply these quite subjective things during a manufacturing process. So you might think, with everything I've said about sensors, that manufacturing is this really high-tech world where we know everything. No. Every place I have worked, there has been somebody on the production line who has been there 40 years, and every time something goes wrong, it's, go and see Alan, go and see Malcolm, he'll have seen it before, he'll tell you what to do. I worked for a while on a coating line, and the problem was that we couldn't test the coated fabric until around 24 hours after it had been made. By that time, we would have run off around £200,000 worth more fabric. So it was okay because we had a quality guy. And what he did was he looked at it and he prodded it and he said, feels quite warm. And then he'd scratch it with his thumbnail and look at what was coming off and look at how big a dent it had made. And he'd make a call on whether the coating was good enough or not. And he was actually around 98% accurate. Do not panic. We did do the qualification testing before the fabric went out the door. But this is going on in manufacturing sites all over the UK. And there are two problems with this. One is that expertise is coming up to retirement. And if I employed an apprentice and said, I just want you to stand next to him for 10 years and learn everything that he does, you would not attract many 18-year-olds. The other challenge that we've got is we need to automate more in manufacturing in the UK in order to be competitive with what people are doing overseas. I cannot program a robot to scratch something with its thumbnail and look to see how big the dent is. I can do something very similar, but I have to put a lot more scientific research into it and probably not have a robot with fingernails before we are in a position where we can automate the process and make it work properly. The fact that my group also now has image analysis capabilities is really useful, because a lot of the time what these experts are doing, they're just looking at things and they learn what things look like, and machines can do that. So that is a big area that we are working on at the moment. Dimensional measurement is also changing. As I said before, the old way, the way that I grew up with when I was a lass, you'd take your component and you'd have to take it into a lab, leave it for 48 hours, and then measure it on a very accurate machine, coordinate measuring machine. You may have seen one earlier today in the dimensional metrology area. That's very slow. What's happening more and more now is people are measuring on the manufacturing line. So they have laser trackers, or they have systems now that will just take photographs from all different angles around the component, stitch them all together, and because it knows where the component is, it can take measurements. Now, these are not as accurate as the old CMM systems. They are improving all of the time. The difficulty is, being less accurate is not that much of a problem always. You don't always need very high accuracy, but what is important is that you know how accurate they are, so you know what you're getting. And that uncertainty of those sorts of measurements is something that my group is working with. I know I'm being quite unquantitative here, saying very accurate, less accurate. One area where quantification is really important to us, and where my group is doing a lot of work, is in large volume metrology, which is ways of measuring big things. So when you're making an aeroplane, rather than just measure all of the little bits and then put them together, you can measure the whole aeroplane. Probably a lot of you have used a large volume metrology system to get here today, the GPS. We've had ways of categorizing how good these systems are for a few years now. But where they're not very good is when things are moving. So what we are now looking at is how do you quantify how things are moving? Because these systems can be used to make robots more accurate. And at the moment, that is a major barrier to their adoption. So it's really important that we learn how to do that well. You've probably realised, because I have been talking with some enthusiasm, that I now actually quite like metrology. And actually, I never disliked it. My problem with it was that it was slow, it was expensive, and it was inconvenient. So what my group is doing is they are helping to make the ways that are fast, cheap, and convenient so that you can actually trust the measurement. Because if the measurement isn't good, then there's absolutely no point in doing them at all. So our groups, we facilitate confidence in manufacturing data and in manufacturing products and processes. That's what we do. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much. Any questions from anybody in the room? Yeah, I'll just give you a mic, just 1 second.
Just a very quick, simple thing. I was an engineer, but sort of building services, so tolerances are much wider when you're measuring a length of pipe and screwing it together. But the one thing that I thought you might mention is that you're watching a component coming off the line, you're watching another component coming off another line, and they've got to fit together when you put them together.
Yes. So the way that they deal with that in the design is what we call a tolerance stack-up. So you would put an engineering tolerance on one component, an engineering tolerance on the other component, and make sure that if you were at either end of the tolerance, the two parts would fit together. Where the uncertainty comes in is that you need to make sure that your uncertainty cannot be bigger than your tolerances, and ideally is quite a lot smaller, around a third. So yes, absolutely, tolerancing and uncertainty is important. You've probably heard a lot of people mention uncertainty today as you've been round. I tend not to, because it's not a terminology that's widely used in manufacturing. If you talk about tolerances and your measurement being well within your tolerances, people understand what you're talking about more.
Any more from the room? Yeah, just 1 second.
You sort of said about having sensors on equipment. Surely that is the way that you want to go, because you want to be checking stuff as it's being made.
Yes.
Within your 5 sigma or whatever. So you could say by the end of the time, I don't need to measure it because I know all the measurements that have been before have worked properly.
And that is the end game that we are working towards. But to get to that, you need to have really good confidence in the sensors themselves, but also the processes that you're using to measure. You're absolutely right, because you can usually correct very early, but also there's the potential to correct using later stages in the manufacturing process. So it is the way it's going, but I think the estimate that was given 10 years ago of 15 years away is probably a little way off still.
Any more questions from anybody? Nope, I think we can wrap it up there. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Perfect. So if you wouldn't mind just exiting through the opposite door that you came in. Thanks so much.
That's it.
Okay, welcome to Measure Up Live. Thanks everybody for joining us for NPL's Open Day. Throughout the day, you'll be able to hear a few more talks. If you want to have a look at the full timetable, it's just on the screen that's outside the door, and you can pop back and see some other talks. You can take, a few notes just on housekeeping as well. The fire exits are behind you. It's the door that you came in, and then this door here, which is the one that you'll exit through when the talks are finished. We're also streaming today's talks on YouTube, so if you want to go to the NPL YouTube channel and grab the link if you'd like to share it with anyone who's not here today who might like it, and also if you're hard of hearing, you can use the closed captions on the YouTube stream if you need them. And we just ask you to pay your full attention to our speakers, turn your phones on silent, and remember that photography is not permitted on NPL sites today. So next up we have Sifa Poulton. Sifa has won an award with the Postgraduate Institute. It was a recognition award for her work, and she will give us an overview of radioactive gas measurements and her career pathway and how she has found doing her PhD at NPL so far. So I'll hand over to Sifa.
Good afternoon, my name's Sifa and I'm a second year PhD student with the Nuclear Metrology group based here at NPL. I'm doing my PhD with the National Physical Laboratory, the University of Surrey and the Nuclear Decommissioning Authority. Today I'm going to talk to you a bit about how I got here to do a PhD, what my research is on and what it's like doing a PhD here. So I grew up in central London and I attended the Greycoat Hospital, which, as you can see from this picture of my sister and I, really leaned into the grey part of the name. I didn't surprise anybody when I did maths, further maths, physics and chemistry at A-level, and I applied to various universities across the UK. However, I applied deferred because I was going to do a gap year working at the Kathmandu International Study Centre in Nepal, where I was a classroom assistant for maths and science, helping kids with special educational needs and those who needed some extra extension in the classroom. I was also put in charge of moving the school science department when we moved to a site 7 kilometres away. As someone who had never moved house before, it was a little bit of a shock to the system, but I did get very good at wrapping glassware. We had over 1,000 pieces to move, and at the end, we only broke 2 test tubes. So if you're ever about to move your lab, maybe give me a call. I then went on to the University of York for a combined bachelor's and master's degree in natural sciences. I kept up with physics, chemistry, and maths, and I ended up specializing in physics by my final year. I knew I wanted to do something with nuclear, preferably with power and decommissioning and all the challenges around waste. So I built a project for my final year with a supervisor on Compton cameras. These are radiation detectors that are position sensitive and were used during the cleanup of the Fukushima Daiichi plant to help work out where there were high levels of radiation and where exactly that was emanating from. And so I started applying for PhDs after this, and I wanted somewhere that was something that was still in that general sort of area, which is why my current PhD is a real perfect fit of both radiation detection, nuclear energy, and also decommissioning. The current title, it changes every single time I have to fill in the paperwork, is Enhanced Nuclear Fuel Monitoring with Beta-Gamma Coincidence Detection, which is an awful lot of technical words put together. So what exactly does it mean? So in nuclear fission, when you have a fuel atom, in this case, we commonly use uranium-235, it breaks and fissions into 2 smaller atoms, plus some neutrons. The power, we tend to focus on the neutrons because that's how we sustain the reaction. However, I'm interested in these smaller atoms called the fission fragments. Nuclear physics is one of the sciences that is underpinned by quantum mechanics, which unfortunately means I can't look at an atom and go, I know exactly how you are going to split, what your fragments are going to be. Unfortunately, we have to take a much more statistical, probabilistic effect, and we get this graph on your left, my right, one of the two. It's technically called the fission yield plot. I like to call it the McDonald's plot. It's a lot easier to remember which one you're going for. This says that when you have fission, what is the statistical probability of getting something of mass 150? If you see up here, it's about 1% of the time you'll get a 150 mass. However, as you can see, there's quite a lot of colors here. This is because there are 3 major factors that affect your yield distribution. The first one is your fuel. Are you using uranium-235? Are you using plutonium-239? Are you using uranium-238? Each fuel, and there are many more, will give you a different yield. The other thing is your energy. When typically nuclear fission, the stuff we use in power plants, is what's called induced fission. We have a neutron, we slam it into our uranium atom or whatever other fuel we're using, and that is what causes the fission. The energy of that neutron affects the way that it fissions. Typically, a power plant, we're using the lowest energy we can, thermal. We are starting to build and develop higher energy ones called fast fission reactions. India in particular is looking at this with thorium, and those produce a different yield. These are the higher curves up here. The third factor that affects it is the rate at which fission is occurring. In an explosive nuclear reaction, all of the fission happens at once. Our fission yield is what we call an instantaneous yield. All the fission happens at once. You get this plot. However, in a nuclear power plant, we have a continuous fission event, one after another, after another, after another, after another. At the same time, our fission yields are decaying, which will lead to an equilibrium yield. So why is it so important that we have 3 different factors that affect our yields? Well, because the yields vary depending on our conditions, we can look at our yields and work backwards and guess and infer things about our conditions. And that leads to this lovely graph. It is a 4-way ratio between xenon isotopes. We particularly like xenon because it is a Nobel gas. That means it's chemically inert. It's much easier to extract from our fuel than anything else because it's not reacting with any of the products in there. There are 4 isotopes of interest. Isotopes are atoms of the same element, so they are chemically identical, but their nuclear properties are different. And we can make this 4-way ratio to work out something about our conditions. And as you can see, we like to separate it into what we call a civil nuclear process domain and a nuclear explosion domain. The civil nuclear process is your nuclear power stations, but also things like the production of medical isotopes. So we use a lot of radioiodine for things like thyroid cancer, and that produces a lot of xenon too. On the other side of our graph, we have nuclear explosions. I think you can probably guess what's happening in that domain. At the moment, we use this ratio to determine for illegal weapons tests. We measure the atmospheric xenon, and we see what the ratio is currently, and decide whether or not this is purely coming from a civil nuclear process. However, this way of collecting it from atmospherically takes hours. You're looking at 6 to 8 hours of collection and measurement time. That is nowhere near real time. My PhD is about taking that process, taking that technique and refining it so we can do it as close as real time as we can, because then we can open up the possibilities of what we can use it for. For example, we can put it into an active power plant. We can monitor the conditions directly within the power plant by monitoring the gases coming out of it. And we know what they should look like at different stages of their burn cycle, because this graph has been worked out through data taken from active power plants and also from Nevada test releases. The other advantage of this is we are directly monitoring xenon-135. This isotope is of particular interest to the nuclear power industry because it is a neutron poison. This means that it's reducing the efficiency of our reaction, reducing the efficiency of our reactor, and therefore lowering our energy output. But the problem is, if you release it too fast, or you do not control its burn, we get a problem like Chernobyl. So if we can directly monitor it, we know we can better control our levels, work out whether we want to reduce or increase the level of control rods we have got in there. The next way that we can use this technique is in the storage of fuel. Fuel is wrapped in many layers of cladding once it is no longer used and is awaiting storage or reprocessing. If we see xenon first of all, we know we've got a crack, and we can go in there, discover our crack, patch it up, and prevent a leak. The second thing we can do is while we are seeing that xenon come out, we can monitor the condition of the fuel within, how much active fission is still happening, how much active decay is happening. And thirdly, we can use it in the cleanup of nuclear disasters. So for example, at Fukushima, when the core overheated, it melted. We had cladding, we had fuel, we had structural components, all in a big mess at the bottom of the reactor room. This is called corium. We don't know exactly where the different components are in that melted heap. And one of the concerns was, as we're scooping it up and moving it around, that could trigger further nuclear reactions. And so my PhD was born. What if we could put a monitoring system in there to work out what we were doing? Were we triggering additional reactions? And so that is what I'm doing. Taking all of this technology that we have built over the years and all this research into xenon ratios and seeing, can we speed it up? The answer is yes. Then, once we have sped it up, how well and how fast do we need to go to be able to accurately get our ratios? Do we want a 15-minute timing? Do we want 30-minute timing? Can we do it in continuous mode? So what is it like doing a PhD here at NPL? Well, firstly, you've got access to a lot more people than if you're simply at a university. I've got the entirety of my university team, and I've got the entirety of the team here at NPL, so I can go to. If I've got a problem with my detectors, I currently have the settings are all going weird, my results, I'm getting these big black spikes here and there. I can go down, and there are 3 or 4 experts in this type of detector in the NPL group, and we can sit down together and work out a way to solve whatever interference is giving me these massive black spikes. It's really nice to have that in that very close on hand technical expertise. Universities can often lean slightly more technical and theoretical in their approach, rather than this hands-on practical, what's going wrong with my settings. Secondly, there's a lot of extra equipment here that I can access. I will need an accelerator in maybe 6 months' time, because I need to fake a nuclear power plant. I can't do that where I am, but here we have an accelerator which is going to get an upgrade in a few years to be even more powerful. It also gives you an idea of the different career pathways that's outside of the academia bubble. Here I'm talking to people who have come in through apprenticeship routes, who have had careers in industry and then come into NPL, who've stayed in academia and come here. You get a sense of what other options there are out there than simply staying and being a postdoc. And then there's the PGI. NPL has students from across the UK who either are based here full-time like me, are working while they do their PhD. There are some of my fellow colleagues who do that in some of the labs around as you go on your tours. There are students who are based at a university and come down for a few months. And the PGI, the Postgraduate Institute for Measurement Science, is the body who oversees all of us, helps bring together, provides additional training, and also social events to bring us together for networking and just to get that social cohort feel. I am currently the chair of the PGI Ambassadors. I've been helping them build events for training and social events. I am particularly focused on the social event side of things. It's a great way to build a cohort feel, but also it's a brilliant excuse to bake. But it would be disingenuous to just talk about the pros of doing a PhD across multiple sites, such as NPL. The cons, the first one is paperwork. There are 3 bodies involved in my PhD, 3 times the paperwork. Everybody has their own requirements of what you need to do, when you need to do it, and trying to track down signatures from all of your supervisors, a little bit of a nightmare. The other thing is being based at 2 different sites means that you do have to have 2 different groups of people you've got to integrate with, get to know, and build relationships. For some people, it might be a brilliant pro. More people, more social events, more conversations. That's not really me. And I've had to do quite a bit of work to integrate properly. But now that I have, and I've got all these additional people I can talk to and go for help, and also just get career advice from, it's definitely worth it. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Sifa. Would anybody in the room like to ask Sifa any questions about her work or her career journey or anything? Yeah. So just what the other institutions are, that was the question.
The University of Surrey, which is the educational provider who will award the degree, and also the Nuclear Decommissioning Authority. They are my funder. They are the body that oversees the various different components that make up our nuclear services, so nuclear waste, disposal, various different environmental monitoring capacities. So they oversee everybody.
Is the nuclear power plant that you simulate similar to the actual one?
It's relatively similar. So what we do is we get some uranium, we put it into our accelerator, and we bombard it with neutrons. The main difference between what we're doing and what will happen in a nuclear power plant is that we're providing all the neutrons. As that fission happens in a normal nuclear power plant, it releases the neutrons, and then those neutrons go on to create the additional fissions. But you need quite a large volume with some very specific design requirements about spacing distance between your fuel, your moderator to slow it down, the neutrons down enough, and then your next fuel. And we don't have that space, so we're just going to provide the neutrons ourselves.
If there's no more, I have one question. Where do you see nuclear power going in the next, say, 10 years, and then in the next 100 years?
Mm-hmm. Well, in the next 10 years, there's been a lot of government investment recently. We call it new nuclear, so there's a lot to do because many people would agree it's a major component of going towards net zero because it is relatively low on its carbon emissions. The carbon emissions mostly come from the building and then the decommissioning phase. And it's you need far less uranium fuel versus coal power to get the same energy. So we've got the big build at Hinkley Point, the big build at Sidewell C, and the news in the last few days has been talking about a new plant in Anglesey. So there's definitely a lot of opportunities out there for research and jobs in both the construction, the technical fields of the engineering, and also the science behind it. And then we've got the waste that we have to deal with. In 100 years, we will be continuing that mode. If we have the small modular reactors, if we get those up and running, we'll be building and commissioning, putting them on, then decommissioning them, and then we've got the waste that is definitely running into 100 years. That's about the point that we'll be putting it into the ground.
Yes. Okay, perfect. If there's no more questions, I think we can wrap up there. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Perfect. If I can just ask you to exit through this door here, the opposite to the one you came in. Thank you. Okay, welcome to Measure Up Live, everybody. Thanks so much for joining us. Throughout the day, you'll be able to hear a couple of more talks later on this evening. If you want to have a look at the full timetable, it's just on the screen that's outside the door that you came in, if you'd like to pop back for any more. Just a few notes for housekeeping. The fire exits are the door that you just arrived through, and then this door here on your left, which is behind you, and to exit through that door also. We are live streaming today's talks on YouTube. If you'd like to go to our YouTube channel to grab the link, if you'd like to send that to anybody who's outside the room who couldn't make it today and might be interested, please do. And if you're hard of hearing and would like closed captions, you can also follow those along on the YouTube link too. And finally, we just ask you to please be respectful of all our speakers, give them your full attention, turn your phones on silent, and remember that no photography is permitted. So next up we have Dr. Andrew Pollard, Dr. Jamin Daniel Vincent, and Dr. Yiwen Pei. And they will be speaking about sustainability in the materials that are all around us. They'll discuss the importance of sustainability in materials in everyday life and how the National Physical Laboratory is contributing to the research and development of these materials. So I'll hand over to them now.
Great. Welcome everybody. Great to see so many people interested in this session, which is looking at the sustainability of materials. So my name's Andy Pollard. I'm part of a triple act here. So I'm going to really introduce the needs and the challenges in this area, and then my colleagues Jamin and Yiwen are going to talk more about some actual examples of working in this area at NPL. So sustainability, that's the theme of the open day today at NPL. There's different ways of describing that. I kind of tend to think about it myself as really humans living on this earth and not leaving an unrecoverable kind of mark on it. But there's stuff around there, climate change, for example, the waste that we produce. These are things that we're looking at across the lab. But we're going to focus today particularly around materials and the sustainability of materials. Now, we all use materials. They're all around us, as the title suggests. They're everywhere. But actually, we see day to day things like tin cans, so the metal in our tin cans and our food, polymers and plastics that we're using in packaging, through to healthcare in hospitals, for example. But it's actually more in that than just those materials. Now, all of these are actually contributing to the way of life that we live. If we think about through kind of history, Iron Age, etc., Silicon Age, materials are really, really important to giving us the quality of life that we are accustomed to today. But there's also a lot of challenges around that. If we look at more complex things, for example, so if I take out my mobile phone, I was going to say everyone has it in their pocket, but looking at the age groups, I won't cause any arguments with the parents. Most of us have a smartphone in our pocket, and actually this does amazing things. We look compared to 40 years ago, it's very different. It's enabling us to do lots of things because of technology that's enabled by materials. So in this, for example, we have a lot of the periodic table now to enable us to be able to use this type of technology. So it's very complex. Going through to things like in the bottom right there, renewable energy. Again, we know when we're looking at getting to net zero, carbon emissions, that actually that's going to be very difficult. Renewables are going to be a really important part of that. But the materials that are required to do this, whether that's wind, solar, they're very complex again. So, wind turbines, solar panels, they require these, again, very complex materials. Through to, again, up here, batteries. Now, those batteries are sort of things that we use, but there's things like, the electricity grid. Again, if you've got renewables, the wind doesn't blow all the time. The sun isn't on all the time. You need to store that energy so you can use it when they're not going. Again, you need energy storage. There's really complex materials used in there. So the real big challenge is actually a lot of these things use critical materials. So essentially these are things that, there's either not a lot of them, or they're hard to get out. For example, they might use a lot of energy. If you're taking them and mining an ore and then getting the metal out of it, there's a lot of energy. Or it might be that the processes that we're using actually, there's a lot of waste that's produced. So again, these materials aren't necessarily a great way of doing things, but these are really important. If we want to get to net zero, we want to get to solve all these problems, we need to be looking at how do we deal with the materials involved. And that's where the 5 R's are really important. Now, some of you might have seen this before. When we look at this, you kind of go, well, reuse, that's a really useful one. It cuts out the recycling, for example. Actually, recycling is really good, and hopefully we all do it. We all have recycling bins, right? So recycling is really good, but if we can reuse it, cuts out that step, it's even better. But even better is to reduce. Right, so if we can reduce the amount of materials that we're using. So these 3, we might be doing all the time. We might be, again, looking at here, doing that with these type of materials. But what about recycling some of these more complex materials? So one of these examples Jamin's going to talk about later is actually the materials, the advanced materials that go into wind turbines. How do we recycle them, develop ways to recycle them? Then the next one is renew. How do we use new materials that are more sustainable and, for example, might be produced through biomeans. So again, Yiwen's going to talk about that as well in terms of looking at new materials and metrology around that. But how do we use these new materials? That's going to need then different ways of making our products, and that leads into redesign. So how do we make sure that we're designing from the start, that's a battery, for example, that can be recycled easier, or that can use new materials, or that can essentially be reused, the electrode, rather than recycling it down to the material. How do we redesign things to make it easier for us to use these materials sustainably? Now, these are the material challenges. These are the things that we're all finding material engineers, product designers are needing to look at. But here, obviously, hopefully, some of you have been around the labs today. We're looking at metrology in this lab. In NPL, we look at the measurement. So how does metrology help this? Now, what we're talking about ultimately is materials innovation. And you can't innovate if you don't have accurate and reliable measurement of those materials, whether that's at the material stage through to the product stage. You need to have this accurate and reliable measurement. So that's what we're doing at NPL across many different areas that involve materials. Again, you're walking around, you'll see things from quantum, for example, through to automotive, transport. There's all different challenges. But what we're going to talk about today for the rest of the session is my colleagues are going to give 2 examples. And so what I'm going to do is pass over to our next speaker, who's going to talk specifically around renewables, wind turbines, those type of materials that you use for this. How do we look at new ways of recycling that? So with that, I'm going to pass you over to Jamin. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. I'm Jamin from the Advanced Engineering Materials team here at NPL. So, So for this talk, we have chosen a case study that we have been looking here at NPL, which is on composite materials. So what are composites? Composites are materials that are made by combining 2 or more materials with different properties put together to form one material with superior properties. So some of the day-to-day examples of composites include plywood or concrete. These are the examples we see around. For this talk, we have selected a particular material called carbon fiber reinforced plastic. So this is a composite material which is made of filaments of carbon combined together with polymers such as plastic. These are like highly advanced engineering materials. These are often used in wind turbine blades, aerospace, and automobiles as well. These materials are great. They offer like superior strength and really lightweight. Unfortunately, these materials have a really bad thing when it comes to recycling. So let me just go through some of the advantages of using carbon fiber reinforced plastic. Although there are some disadvantages, how this material is enabling sustainability. For example, most of the modern aircraft that are produced nowadays are made of 53% carbon fiber. The main reason for this is it reduces the weight of the aircraft. By reducing the weight of the aircraft, you are going to save a lot on fuel. Thus, you are increasing your fuel economy, burning less fuel, less CO2 emission. So that's like a statistics in there. So if you're going to reduce the weight of an aircraft by 1% in a single aircraft, you can save approximately 2.17 million tons of fuel annually just from a single aircraft. That's a lot. So yeah, it is. So these materials are great, and these materials help us to achieve that. But let's say after 25 years, once the aircraft retires, so what happens to these materials? These materials are not easily recyclable. Unlike steel, where we can just melt down and make a new part, we can't do this with these materials because these materials are co-molded with like fibers and polymers and plastics. So these materials often end up in landfills or get incinerated, which is bad for the environment. So that's like a photo of an aircraft that's being scrapped down and just been thrown away. And that's like a wind turbine blade that's like chopped down into pieces and that's being buried in a desert. We are trying to avoid that. So over the last decade, scientists have developed different methods for recycling these materials. So as the National Metrological Institute here, we are trying to study these recycled materials. Unfortunately, the market outlook of these recycled materials is around 5%, which is very concerning because the industry doesn't have the confidence in these recycled materials. They are worried that if we are going to use a recycled material in an aircraft, will it have the same strength as the new one? So in order to provide this confidence, as the National Metrological Institute, we are developing standards and best practices. So on the screen to my left, right, whatever, so you have two important things that we do here, which is the mechanical characterization, which means we study how these recycled fibers behave when they are put under stress or load. So how stronger they are, how stiff they are, we can look into all those characteristics. And the other thing is the surface characterization using electron microscopy. So electron microscopy is a very important and interesting subject in science, where we use electrons instead of lights and cameras to take pictures. That's like the simplest way to put it in. And so those are like some of the recycled fibers, and those fibers are approximately 7 microns in diameter, which is 3 times thinner than your hair. And that's like approximately 50,000 times magnified with electrons. So it's a very cool and it's a nice kit that we have here at NPL. And our electron microscopy lab is also open for visitors today. So I would recommend, if anyone is interested in electron microscopy, to have a look. So yes, so doing this surface characteristics and mechanical characterization, we can provide confidence in these recycled materials to industry, hoping that one day there wouldn't be any need to make new materials and we can continue recycling this material and thus promoting a circular economy. Saying that, now I'm going to call upon my colleague Yiwen, who's going to continue the talk on biomaterials.
Thank you, Jamin, for the nice introduction. So my name is Yiwen Pei. I'm going to talk to you about a different area of sustainable material. So first, let me point out that it's not only important to recycle and reuse existing material, it's also very, very important to develop and generate new materials that's good for our environment. And one great example of such material is bioplastics. These are polymers made from renewable resources, such as vegetable oil, seaweed, recycled food waste, or cornstarch. So, and the resulting compound can be very versatile. You can transform them into a range of products, including your shopping bags, food wraps, plastic containers, and plastic cups. And when you use it, they may look, feel, or perform exactly the same way as conventional fossil-based polymers, but it provides you with opportunity to contribute to the environment. And now let's look at the life cycle of bioplastics. So in contrast to the recycling process Jamin talked about, this is also known as organic recycling. Why? Because it involves nature to do some of the magic to finish the life cycle of the bioplastics. So in this process, we first extract key ingredients from raw materials, and then which can then be transformed and converted into a range of products. Then in the next step, these products will be distributed to the retailers and used by every one of us as consumers as usual. However, at the end of their life, the material will be going back to the nature to complete their life cycle. And how can we achieve that? So this can simply be done by leaving them in your own garden, for example. Or hopefully in the future, you can leave these plastics in your food waste, which can then be picked up by local council regularly. And indeed, these are very attractive material. So that's why today there are many, many companies out there in the polymer industry, companies like Biome, Bioplastics, Calpi, they really drive the innovation in this area. And very nicely and slowly, we start seeing some bio-based products in our everyday life. Things like your smartphones, it can be in your furniture, or even some fashion brands. It's really exciting area. However, innovation always comes with challenges. And one of the challenges in this area is really the product development. Because imagine you are making a brand new bio-based material, which is complicated enough already, but then it has to match the performance of the existing products in the market. And then at the end of the life, after you use it, it has to effectively degrade into the nature. This is a lot to ask. That's why it's really, really important for us to use our expertise in metrology to support this area. So now I'm going to share a case study with you. So we worked with this company called Biome Bioplastics, and they made this beautiful bio-based material, and they found that this material can degrade very nicely into environment after uses. However, they need some help to further their understanding in this behavior, because without understanding the root cause of these end-of-life performances, that will really prevent them from developing new products. So they came to us for help, and what we did is we run a wide range of physical chemical analysis to understand the properties of the material and their products. And from these results, we then can correlate the properties with their end-of-life performances. And from that help us really understand what are the key product features we should aim for, what really matters. For example, if you have tiny holes in your products, that might be good because that helps the bacteria to go inside and start to break up your plastics. Or if you have soft polymers, that might be better than hard, rigid ones because the moisture, the water vapor might be easy to go into the center of the product and really facilitate the hydrolysis and degradation of the polymer. So yeah, we really enjoy working with companies like that and support material innovation in this area. And at PL, we continuously support the company like Biome Bioplastics to drive their innovations, but which eventually will lead better, cheaper, and more sustainable products in our everyday life. So I hope I can convince you, and we can convince you that material really plays a very crucial role in achieving net zero, which affects every one of us and our future generations. And the metrology is really the key to support this material transition to the more sustainable future. And that's the end of our talk. Thank you very much. I'll invite my colleagues here.
Thank you so much. So first of all, for anybody who's on the YouTube live stream, please do write your questions in the chat and we can come to those. But for now, we'll just take some questions from the audience if anybody has any questions for the group. Yeah, just 1 second, we'll get a mic to you.
Thank you. So regarding the bioplastics, because everyone's back garden is slightly different. So for example, London is more of a clay-based soil, and you're measuring and sort of discovering their rate of being able to be biodegradable in lab conditions without any contaminants, maybe from the food product itself. How realistically are bioproducts actually going to contribute to the reduction of plastic waste? Or is it just going to contribute to the problem and can lead to confusion, for example, in landfill and people's own sort of separation of waste in their own homes?
Yeah, I would say this is a really, really good question, and thank you very much for pointing out this question. And first of all, I want to point out that when we talk about sustainability, it's everyone's efforts. So when we use more sustainable products in our everyday life, some of the responsibility become consumers' responsibility. How are you going to deal with your own waste? And of course, there's a lot of industry's responsibility to provide very clear instruction on how to do that properly. I think in the market currently, for example, they have these home compostable kits where they may provide, some standard soils or some instructions on how to do it properly. But this is a very early stage emergent area. So yes, there's a lot of efforts we need to do in the standardization area. Can we actually find a very accurate method to assess the circularity of the material? And if so, whether that's suitable for UK climate, UK soil, is it depend on whereabouts you are in the UK? So that's a lot of questions. But yeah, so I think a lot of people in the area are working on those issues. Thank you.
It's a great question. Any more questions from the audience? Yep, 1 second.
Thank you. There's really great talks there. My question is for Jamin. So you looked at comparing processed fibres and comparing to virgin fibres. How do you think they will behave when they're part of a panel, part of a composite material, as opposed to just in their carbon form?
Thank you, Duncan. That's a really interesting question, also a scientific question. So we started with comparing just the fibers because we wanted to eliminate as much as variability as possible. When looking at a huge panel or a part or a structural component, you have effect of polymers and other fillers possible. So we wanted to eliminate that. So we went for like a direct comparison. In the future, we will be looking into like a coupon level testing, subcomponent and component level testing as well. And the important thing is at this moment, we wanted to see if the recycling process, is it going to make any damage to the fibers, or can we just recycle it without causing any damage?
Any more questions? If not, I think we can wrap it up there. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, welcome to Measure Up, everybody. There's only 3 more talks left after this one. If you want to check out the timetable, it's just on the screen that's outside the door if you are interested in any of the other talks. Just a few notes for housekeeping. The fire exits are the door that you just came through behind you and the same door on the other side. We're streaming today's talks live on YouTube, so if there's anybody outside that you think might be interested in the talk as well, head to our YouTube channel and you can send them the link. And also if you're hard of hearing or have any other accessibility needs, you can follow along with the closed captions on YouTube too, on your mobile device. And finally, we just ask you to be respectful and just pay your full attention to our speakers, keep your phones on silent, and just remember that photography isn't permitted. So Ellie Beams is here and she'll be talking about early careers at NPL. She'll discuss her early career pathway and then the steps she has taken to get where she is today, where she works at NPL in the ultrasound and underwater acoustics group, who are open today, and you can have a look around some of their stuff as well. So I'll pass over to Ellie.
Hi, I'm Ellie. Oh, am I mic'd up? Fantastic. I'm part of the ultrasound and underwater acoustics group at NPL, and I am, kind of here to explain the path I've taken, how I got here, and what I do. So I started by doing my bachelor's in physics at the University of Portsmouth before moving to do my master's in medical physics at the University of Surrey, and I immediately started on the graduate scheme at NPL. So I started my bachelor's in physics in 2019, and I had all the standard teething problems you might expect. I'd moved out, I was living on my own, I was learning to cook something that wasn't a bacon sandwich or pesto pasta. And then the pandemic hit and the entire country went into lockdown. So I had the additional problems of, struggling to socialize. All my lectures were suddenly moved online, and it was a completely different university experience to the one I'd expected and to what I'd signed up for. but made the best of it. There were some really, really massive upsides. So I got really involved with student societies. I was elected president of the Student-Led Physics Society for 2 years in a row. Got to meet some fantastic physicists. And it was here I took an introductory module to medical physics, which is what I fell in love with. It lent real context to what I was studying. And I think it was kind of highlighted by the medical challenges going on in the world at the time, which is what led me to do my master's in medical physics at the University of Surrey. And it was here I kind of gained an understanding of NPL for the first time as the UK's Metrology Institute, so the home of measurement science. NPL has two partner universities. One is the University of Strathclyde up in Scotland, and the other was the University of Surrey. So I was actually taught by scientists working here. And it was fantastic to see, how important measurement was. Not just as something abstract, like, this is a 10-centimetre ruler, this is how you measure. But it was something so important, because, if you were receiving radiotherapy, you'd want to make sure you got the dose right. And the absolute highlight of this was the lab work, because I hadn't been able to do much of that at Portsmouth prior to the lockdowns. And I finished that in September last year. I actually had my graduation ceremony last month, so very fresh graduate. And I started at NPL early September last year. And about the same time I started my master's at Surrey, I started thinking about what might come next for me. I started looking at graduate positions. And it feels, kind of silly to say, I started looking in September to start the next September. But I'm actually really glad I did, because most companies opened and closed their September 2023 intake prior to Christmas. So up here, we've kind of got just a few of the graduate schemes I interviewed for. Massive range of physics. We've got energy, automotives, we've got geophysics, we've got defense, we've got the civil service, we've got healthcare, we've got education. And at the end of the process, I had my offers, and I chose to take a position as a graduate scientist at NPL in the medical, marine, and nuclear department. I was really lucky to have more than one offer to choose from, because that is not the case for a lot of graduates. It is very, very competitive, and if there's any take-home message I can give, it is that you can do absolutely everything right. We have a graduate scheme starting next September. From what I understand, we've had over 1,000 applicants for around 30 places. It is very competitive. I didn't understand why I was getting rejections when I had good degrees. I had worked retail all through university, so I developed my soft skills, and I knew I could interview well. So it's possible that you can do everything right, and there just might not be a spot for you. And that's a real take-home message for any students, graduates, or even parents listening. I've got friends who, 9 months after finishing our degrees, are still not in a job in their field, just because it is so competitive. And there was definite pressure from my university as well to be in a relevant job as soon as you graduated. And I was really, really fortunate that I had started my selection early. I'd applied for a lot of schemes. I had more than one offer. I was in a very fortunate position. But that's just not the case for a lot of graduates. So, as I said, I am part of NPL's first ever graduate scheme. There are, I think, 32 of us, and the scheme consists of 3 placements over 2 years. First placement is 12 months, followed by 2 6 months. And I'm about 2/3 of the way through my first placement in our ultrasound and underwater acoustics department. And I was definitely really thrown when I found out this was where I'd be. Because I'd only studied medical ultrasound, which is one of its many, many uses, and I'd studied very little to do with acoustics. The most I'd ever done was a waves and optics module in my second year of undergrad. So I was really, really confused. But now I've been here a little while, I can absolutely see why they put me where they did, because some of our values here are to be bold and to give it our all. And that was what was required of me when I was kind of thrown straight into something so new. And my favourite part about working at NPL has been all our staff, particularly the graduates, have been encouraged to get involved with the wider NPL community and science around us. So I've been involved with the outreach team, and what they do is they go out into schools, they get out into the world, and they encourage young people to be interested in science. So I've done science fairs, I've done careers talks, I've done liquid nitrogen demonstrations, and I've even taught Professor Brian Cox how to fire a water rocket. It wasn't on the bucket list before, but it's been put on and ticked off now. So I kind of said I was a bit confused when I was put into ultrasound and underwater acoustics, because partly I didn't really know what underwater acoustics was. And I'd only had, kind of a small window into medical ultrasound through my studies. So in terms of ultrasound, around 3 million pregnancy-based scans and 8.5 million other ultrasound-based scans are carried out in the UK every year. After X-rays, ultrasound is the second most applied imaging technique in the UK. It's really important that we're able to measure ultrasonic exposure accurately. And that's what we do in our ultrasound department. We work with developing technology. We want to ensure that manufacturers can develop this technology so the healthcare community can have confidence that it is both safe and effective as diagnostic and treatment tools. And then in underwater acoustics, that is essentially how sound works underwater. So that is used in offshore oil and gas activities, it's used in sonar, it is used in defense, it is used in climate monitoring. If it's underwater, we do it. We work with it. So it's definitely been a really, really steep learning curve for me, but I was here to learn. I'm a graduate. That's half of my job description. I am here to learn, to get stuck in, and I've certainly done that. In ultrasound, I've worked on making tissue-mimicking materials. So these are little materials that mimic the acoustic properties of human tissue, and these can be used in medical research. I've worked on materials measurement to determine the properties of these materials. I have worked on developmental technology in underwater acoustics. I've learned to code, which I could never do well at university. I've learnt more here in 9 months than I did over 2 degrees, to be quite honest with you. But I'm having the absolute time of my life. I am really enjoying what I do, and I'm looking forward to my next rotation.
Amazing, thank you so much. Does anybody have any questions for Ellie on what it's like to begin your career at NPL? Yeah, 1 second, I'll get you a mic. Oh, actually, David can get you one, yeah.
What's the favourite project you've gotten to work on so far?
Ooh, okay. Well, honestly, my favourite one has been the bubble curtain project. So our labs are in Module 10. It is literally in the next spine over. Side note, we have got arguably the coolest lab at NPL. Please ask for directions to the open tank lab because it is well worth a look. It has been a project where we have developed bubble curtains. So sound moves about 3 times faster through water than it does through air. Sound moves, hits this wall of air, gets dissipated throughout, and on the other side it's much quieter. And this can be used to help protect marine life. So that has been the favourite thing I've worked on so far.
Very cool. Any more questions? Oh, you're back on.
Hi. Either have you had the chance to, or do you know if you will get the chance to kind of go out in a field sort of experiments, or is it mainly based in the lab?
So I personally haven't had the chance to go out into the field yet, but plenty of people in my department have. We've actually got someone out in the North Sea at the minute working on UXO trials, which sounds absolutely fantastic. So it is just a matter of waiting for that opportunity. I have been to conferences at the National Oceanography Centre in Southampton, which, they were fantastic. I learned so much that day. So I've definitely been able to get out and about and out of the lab, and that will just continue as I develop in my career.
Cool, nice, thanks.
I think, yeah, we have another question here. Thank you.
What prompted you to work as a scientist rather than study for a PhD or stay in academia?
So a PhD isn't off the cards for me. It's something I'd like to do one day, but I don't feel I was ready for it. And, there's absolutely no shame in admitting that. I wanted to get some hands-on experience first. I wanted to see what I was learning. And while a PhD is definitely still on the cards, yeah, I wanted to get some lab experience. I didn't feel I was ready for it yet.
Perfect. We have another one here.
I was just wondering, like, what do you plan on doing once you finish this course, and like, how do you think this would have helped you in, I guess, future careers?
So the grad scheme is rotational. So after this, I don't think I'm meant to know this yet. I think I'm moving to the nuclear group, and I'm not quite sure where I'm moving after that. But once I've completed my rotations, I will work with NPL to find where I fit best, where they feel they could use me, and I will roll off into a permanent scientist position. So that's the advantage of our graduate scheme. There is a job waiting for you at the end, whereas not all graduate schemes offer that. So there'll be a job waiting for me at the end, and I'm going to see where it takes me. But that's the really cool thing about a career in science. You're not necessarily limited by what you choose at the start. I went into uni wanting to study astrophysics, pivoted to medical physics, and now I work in ultrasound and acoustics. So I'm doing something quite different to what I studied. You are not limited by any of the choices you make now. And the sciences are so interdisciplinary that they link so well together, you could do anything with them.
Any more from the room? Any questions online, Georgie? No, not yet? Okay, perfect. Okay, I think we're going to wrap it up there. Perfect. Thank you so much. If I can just ask you to exit through this door on your left-hand side. Thank you. Okay, hello everybody and welcome to Measure Up Live. So there's just a couple of more talks left after this one. If you want to have a look at the timetable that's just outside the door, you can see what those talks are on if you'd like to pop back in or stay where you are for those. A few notes just on housekeeping. The fire exits are the door that you just came in here, and then the other door that's on the left-hand side here. You'll be exiting through that door there when you're leaving. We're streaming today's talks live on YouTube as well, so if you wanted to head to the NPL YouTube channel to find the link, if there's anybody you want to share that with outside the room who couldn't make it today and might be interested, please do. And likewise, if you're hard of hearing or have any accessibility needs and you'd like some closed captions, you can do that on your mobile device via the YouTube link. And finally, we just ask you to be respectful to our speakers and just keep noise to a minimum, give them your full attention, turn your phones on silent, and just a reminder there's no photography allowed on site today. So next up we have Dr. Sam Flynn, who won the NPL Stedman Award for Early Careers Engineering last year. And he is going to talk to us about the use of Waitrose, specifically aluminium foil, as a radiation detector for future cancer therapies. Other brands are available.
Thank you very much. So this is very much going to be a case study into some of the work that we're doing in our radiation therapy department. The title here is obviously Waitrose aluminium foil, but I want to really communicate this is going to be a broad talk about the types of things that we do in the NPL here, the impact that we have, as well as talking about my Waitrose project. The way this is going to work, I need to give a bit of an introduction to cancer, modern radiotherapy, and as a whole, and how NPL fits within the ecosystem for that, how NPL supports the NHS and UK healthcare needs. That's going to allow me to talk about the primary standards we have here at NPL. We are a calibrations lab, so we get to talk about them. Happily, my favourite subject. And then finally talking about new and upcoming cancer therapies and how Waitrose aluminium foil could be a solution to help bring those forward. So a statistic that you may be aware of is that 50% of people born in the UK are likely to develop cancer at some point in their lifetime. This is attributed to us living longer and having better techniques for diagnosing cancer. Unfortunately, there's a new diagnosis of cancer every 2 minutes in the UK, and we're getting better and better at diagnosing early, which is kind of bringing that down, which appears to be a good thing, but it's still a very tragic statistic. And of those patients that receive a curative treatment for their cancer, 40% will receive radiotherapy as part of that. This is typically in combination with surgery and chemotherapy, although other cancer therapies exist. When you kind of bring those all together, about 20 to 25% of the entire UK population will receive radiotherapy at some point during their lifetime. And it's essential that every one of those patients receives the best possible treatment. For For those of you that aren't familiar with radiation therapy, it's delivered with a machine that looks like this, and it's the targeted delivery of radiation to cause cell death in the tumour. By doing that, you can shrink or hopefully cure the cancer by causing tumour death. There's many different applications, and we've got a machine just like this here at NPL. Unfortunately, it's not open to the public today, but we use it to calibrate our instruments for the hospitals. And there's about 300 linear accelerators, that's what this machine is called, that are used to treat patients day in and day out in the country. The type of stuff that we do here at NPL is, again, to ensure that every patient receives the correct dose to the correct location. And it's essential that this is standardized, that it doesn't matter whether you're in Portsmouth or you're in Belfast, that you receive the best possible care that is entitled to you. We directly support the NHS doing this. We work very, very closely with the regulatory body for medical physicists, the Institute of Physics, Engineering and Medicine, to provide training. This is bottom left-hand side. This is an example of the type of thing we do here, where we host medical physicists and we bring them up to date, sort of a reminder of proper clinical practices. We do regular audits. So top right and bottom right, we do a test. This is Prudence. Prudence is a plastic person. I don't know what it stands for, unfortunately, but it's a very clever acronym. But the idea being that Prudence can do end-to-end testing. Prudence is made of different materials that simulate, that replicate the human body. So you can X-ray Prudence and you'll find bones, and you can treat Prudence and the bones will behave like real bones. So Prudence gets treated at the hospital. We'll ask the hospital to say, can you deliver a clinical or relevant dose to it? We'll specify what we want. And at the end of it, we'll compare what we've asked for and what we measure. Because Prudence, you can put radiation detectors in Prudence. You can't really do that with a person. And by looking at this difference, we can identify trends in different therapies and different centres. And we can also work with hospitals. We're not the police. If there's a discrepancy, we're not there to give them a slap on the wrist. What we are to do is to help them achieve better clinical performance. So we've got a great relationship with the hospital because of that. And we are a calibrations lab, and that is our bread and butter is calibrations. I have an example of an instrument here. This is called an ionization chamber, if you're able to see. But hospitals have these that they calibrate their linear accelerators with. And the way that these works is there's a small volume of air inside. That's this bit here. And as radiation passes through, it'll ionize the air molecules and releasing ionized air and oxygen. And if you put a potential difference across that, you can measure that as charge or current. And this radiation is directly proportional, sorry, this measured signal is directly proportional to the amount of radiation. It's a very stable, very characterized measurement of radiation. That's been going on for almost 100 years now. This is calibrated against an instrument that looks like this. This is our primary standard calorimeter for protons, and this measures radiation-induced temperature rise. The reason we use this and not that as a prime standard is because that's slightly better uncertainty, and because of the way the uncertainty chain works, if we have an uncertainty, then the hospitals have uncertainty in the dose that they deliver to a patient, and then the patient has that uncertainty plus anything else. So if we can get the best possible measurement of radiation at the source here, then the patients have the best possible quality of care. And in a nutshell, that's how modern radiotherapy works. The hospitals will send us these, we'll calibrate, we'll send them back, and we'll do audits, and it's fantastic, and it's very well established and works well. So what I want to talk to you about now is upcoming future therapies that don't necessarily have this robustness. So, introducing flash radiotherapy. For those of you that are too young, this chap's called Flash Gordon. Flash doesn't stand for anything. It's a very catchy term that's been adopted by the community. A proper term would be ultra-high dose rate radiotherapy, but it's not quite as catchy. The premise is that you deliver the entire radiotherapy fraction in a fraction of a second. So rather than a patient sitting on a bed for 10, 15 minutes, it's done like that. Click my finger. And that's interesting. It's delivering it faster. It's neat. But the reason that it's interesting for the clinical perspective is it's been shown to have a sparing effect on healthy tissue whilst maintaining tumor control. What this means is that you can deliver the same amount of radiation, having the same disease kill, but fewer side effects, which is fantastic. Everyone's very excited about that. It could also allow you to treat new types of tumour that are currently inaccessible for radiation. That's better quality of life for more people. If you're treating, I should also say, this is also at the Flash, but for those of you a little young, you might recognise that. Yeah, so it's potentially less intrusive for patients because you're condensing the entire thing into a few seconds. There's some very interesting preclinical data that's showing that you might not need to come in for multiple fractions, as is currently the case with radiotherapy. You might be able to do it in 1 or 2, which is less disruptive for a patient. We know from the statistics that a lot of patients that could receive radiotherapy don't, because the burden of having to come into a hospital consecutive days is too much for them. So if Flash were adopted, it could have a huge impact. It's also potentially cheaper for the hospitals and for the patients. It could be that everyone wins, but I have to say could, and it might, and the reason is because it's still in the preclinical trial phase at the moment. The reason for this very interesting effect of sparing healthy tissue is not fully explained at the moment. It's a preclinical radiobiological question. There are some really interesting theories behind it, including localized oxygen depletion and immune system sparing, because you're not irradiating the whole blood volume, but the answer is not fully known. And this answer has to come from the radiobiology community, and we're working with them to support that, but the problem that they are having is that this instrument, the bread and butter for radiotherapy for 100 years, doesn't work at Flash. If I go right, I mentioned earlier it creates an ionized volume of ionized air and electrons, but when you have a huge density of particles all at once, they'll interact with each other and cancel each other out. And if in worst cases, you can end up with about 3% of the signal you're expecting. You can correct for that, but not with acceptable uncertainties. And I said we want to do the best quality of care for the patient. And if we're delivering something that we don't really know what it is, then it's not ethical for us to do so. And if the preclinical researchers don't know how much dose they're delivering to a patient, to their preclinical tests, then they cannot adequately identify how to use the Flash effect to its best potential. So the whole thing really is underpinned by accurate metrology. It's not exciting in the same sense that other things might be, but metrology is fundamental to accelerating this into routine clinical practice. Now, I mentioned that this is terrible. I wouldn't recommend it at all for Flash. But what isn't terrible is primary standard calorimetry, and calorimetry in general. I mentioned this because it's what our expertise here at NPL is measuring radiation-induced temperature rise. And in these Flash modalities, we are throwing huge amounts of radiation in a short period of time. Calorimetry performs better, if anything, and you get lower measurement uncertainty. Now, we are really, really proud at NPL to have supported the Children's Hospital in Cincinnati with the dosimetry, which allowed them to get FDA approval and start the world's first clinical trial of FASH. The success of that has now led to a follow-on also at Cincinnati, and yes, so calorimeters work really well. We've demonstrated that, and the question is, what more can we do with calorimeters? How can we evolve what we already have? What untapped niches could we do with that? So I showed you guys earlier at a linear accelerator. It looks like this here. Within that is an ionization chamber. I've already mentioned that ionization chambers struggle to do Flash dosimetry accurately. They cannot adequately measure the amount of radiation they're putting through with acceptable uncertainties. And this is the primary source of radiation that you're treating your patients with. So you need to be very accurate at this point. So what we wanted to know is, could we put a calorimeter in there? And if so, what would it be? What would it look like? So it would need to be, it would pass through it with minimal perturbation. It would need to be thermally conductive because we're measuring radiation-induced temperature rise. And it would need to be relatively cheap. I say that because we don't want to use graphene. As amazing as a material as that is, it's not suitable for this application. And that rules out a lot of things, but it does leave aluminium foil, or aluminium specifically as an answer for this, because aluminium is cheap, it's easily machinable, and its radiation properties are well known. So I have the real thing here, but for those of you that are further away from the screen, you can see here. And the idea of this is it's the same process as a calorimeter. It measures radiation-induced temperature rise, but it's thin enough that a beam could pass straight through it. The first test we've done with this at the University of Birmingham, this was at the Proton cyclotron. It looked completely out of place next to all the very fancy equipment, I won't deny that. But the premise was robust. In fact, the calorimetry is a very stable modality. I've got to show you some plots here. On the x-axis is time, the y-axis is temperature. The calorimeter is idling along about 18.6 degrees, and as the beam comes on, you get this short, intense period of heat rise, and then as the beam stops, it starts decaying again. And for this, all we need to do is quantify that, and we have a measurement of the beam output. I want to draw your attention to the plot, the thing on the right-hand side. People put out a lot of infrared radiation. This device works for most proof of principle, but the devices further on need to be thermally shielded better. Has a very linear response. For this crude thing built out of foil, it works very well. And despite its like rudimentary crude construction, it does demonstrate the theory very nicely. Going forward from this, we have unfortunately moved away from this. Tragically, we've got a bit more of a more robust solution. And with this in place, we're working with the community to identify what is the specific metrological need that they have and how we can build this device to be the best for them. We've graciously been awarded funding from the UK government to help develop this into an even more advanced prototype. We're actively working with other institutions. Brings me up off that and back to the big picture stuff. We're doing a lot of stuff here at NPL to support the UK healthcare in routine, the essential radiotherapy metrology. This is a fun little case study that shows how we're working to support future therapies, but I really want to emphasize that we're working with preclinical, the industry, the hospitals to make sure that every patient has the best possible care they are able to. This is a team effort. There's a photo of me doing this in a dozen different places. Thank you all for your time.
Amazing, thank you so much. Do we have any questions from the floor? Yeah, 1 second, I'll get you a mic.
Thank you. Why was a children's hospital chosen as a first test of the flash technology?
So they were the ones that reached out to us with this question. In the States, I think because of the insurance model of healthcare, they're much more willing to try these experimental trials. And why it was a children's hospital as opposed to another one, I'm not entirely sure. I don't have a good answer for that. Perhaps they were more willing to try these extreme things. But yeah, it worked well, and they're now on to a second follow-up trial. So they're happy with the results.
Great. Any other questions? Yeah, we have one just in the back here. Billy, I'll just get a mic to you now. I have a question while we're waiting. Is that Waitrose cling film around the outside?
I think it might be.
Oh, wow. Okay. We have a question here.
Why aluminium foil? And why aluminium? Full stop. What made you think of that, and why Waitrose?
So, aluminium is a very good thermal conductor, and it's very easy to machine nice and thin. That device is 0.6 millimeters thick. To compare it with the existing monitor chamber that's in the linear accelerator, it needs to be less than 1 millimeter thick. So we had a hard limit on the material thickness. If we use something like lead, we need to be even thinner. As a low density metal, aluminium gives us a lot of flexibility, and it's very easy to machine. The reason why Waitrose is I did compare other supermarkets that I don't want to name for fear of repercussions, but they have different structures for their aluminium. One on a different supermarket will have a hexagonal structure that allows them to make it thinner, but it's not a uniform thickness throughout, and that will change the radiation properties for something going through it.
Is it the crisscross?
Yeah. Works well for making it nice and thin, but what I want is the radiation to be scattered uniformly. I don't want random stray bits of radiation that can't be predicted.
Good afternoon.
Oh,
I hope you
we
are
are
still
having an announcement about the next talk.
I'd like to announce the final liquid nitrogen demonstration in the marquee, in the grassed area, at the back of what GNF1 is about to start in a few moments' time.
Right, so
Thank you very much.
You have About 1 minute to hot-foot it down to the last liquid nitrogen show if you're looking to go. It's well worth seeing if you haven't seen it. Any more questions from anyone in the room or anybody online? Thank you so much. That was really, really great. Thanks. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, thank you everybody for coming to our penultimate Measure Up Live. We have one more talk left after this, and just so you know, you're welcome to stay for that next one. This one will be bright and brief, I'm told. So first of all, a few notes for housekeeping. The fire escapes are the door that you just came in over here, and then this door that is behind you on your left. We are streaming today's talks on YouTube, so you'll be able to go to our YouTube channel and grab that link to share with anybody that you'd like to share it with who's not here. And if you're hard of hearing or have any accessibility needs, you can also click on that link on your mobile device for closed captions. And finally, we just ask you to give our speakers your full attention and turn your phones on silent, and just a reminder that photography is not permitted. So we have Matthew Scholes, who is the winner of the Regional Institute of Physics 3-Minute Wonder audience vote. He's going to be talking about validating carbon sequestration in forests using terrestrial laser scanners. The quantity of carbon stored in UK forests is currently very uncertain due to outdated models and data sets. And Matthew's presentation will discuss NPL's role in creating a validation methodology for estimating carbon content through terrestrial laser scanning. So I'll hand over to him.
Hi there, yeah, thanks for the introduction, and thank you all for staying so late to watch this talk. My name is Matthew Scholes, and I work for NPL as a scientist, and I'm part of the Climate and Earth Observation Department. And it's the climate where I want to begin this talk. These two plots show the state of the climate in relation to what I'm talking about, and that is showing the atmospheric CO2 concentration from 1960 to present day, and the land surface temperature anomaly, which is how the land surface temperature has been changing as a result of this increased levels of CO2. The climate is changing, temperatures are warming, and we need to stop this. And to do that, we need to reduce the amount of CO2 that we have in our atmosphere. So how can we do that? Well, we can actually stop emitting CO2 in the first place, but another thing we can do is we can actually reduce the amount of CO2 by pulling it out of the atmosphere, the CO2 that's already there. And despite new technologies, one of the best ways of doing that is through the world's forests. They absorb CO2 as part of photosynthesis and release oxygen. However, the amounts of CO2 that they absorb is quite uncertain. We've actually motivated businesses to invest in the world forest through the voluntary carbon market. This allows businesses to invest in forests, and depending on how much carbon is absorbed by these forests, will determine how many carbon credits they get. And they can use these carbon credits to offset their own emissions. Now, this is great, but the amount of carbon that is absorbed is currently quite uncertain, and the amount and the value of the voluntary carbon market is increasing rapidly. And as this increases, we're going to get more carbon credits, and we're going to get more forestry programs. And if we do not get uncertainty with these carbon estimates, then it's going to lead to big problems. So how do we estimate how much CO2 is absorbed by a forest? Well, CO2 is stored as carbon within the forest, and we can estimate the amount of carbon stored by estimating or measuring the mass of the forest. So how do we do that? Well, we could simply cut down all the trees and weigh them, but that's quite simply ridiculous. Or we can create what's called an allometric model. By cutting down a small subsample of the forest, we can relate variables that we can measure, such as the diameter and the height, to variables that we want, such as the mass. Now, this is great, but it's very hard to create these because destructive sampling is expensive, and if we do it too much, we actually lead to deforestation. The number of data sets that we use currently in the UK to create these models is actually only one, and that was created in the 1960s. So it's very outdated, and we need to create more of them. But we can't just go around creating data sets destructively. We need to do it remotely, non-destructively. And that introduces terrestrial laser scanning. This uses a concept called LiDAR, which works in a very similar way to bats using echolocation to navigate in the dark. They release sound signals which bounce off nearby objects so they know where they are, and they time how long it takes the signal to come back to them so they can navigate. We can do the same with lasers, but not with just 1 or 2 signals, but with millions to create something like this. This is a 3D point cloud of a forest called Whiteham Woods that's located near Oxford, and it's a really powerful tool. You can actually see the level of detail we get as we zoom into this. We can use this to estimate the variables we want to create allometric models through a method called cylindrical reconstruction. By building cylinders around different clusters of points around here, we can represent the whole tree as a series of cylinders. And that means we can estimate the diameter and we can estimate the height. But more importantly, we can estimate the volume of the tree. And if we know the density of the wood, we can estimate the mass. So we have all the tools we need now to create an allometric model, and we've not had to cut down a single tree to do this. We can do this all over the world, so we've got representative data sets. And in the UK, we can create allometric models of different species, of different age classes, so that our allometric models actually represent the forests that we're trying to create carbon credits for. So what do we want to do with as NPL? Well, we've just got a new terrestrial laser scanner, which means we have the ability to create these models. We want to increase the number that we have to improve the reliability and representative of allometric models. This will allow us to reduce the uncertainty in carbon estimates and even identify biases that we have in current models, so the difference between model and reality. This will help us validate claims made in the voluntary carbon market and help drive positive climate action. Thank you very much, and please do ask any questions.
Amazing. And I thought saying the word sequestration was hard. Any questions from anybody in the room? And also, anyone who's online, please make sure you ask questions. We just have one here in the back row.
Hi there. Thank you very much for that. As a complete novice, 2 quick questions. Do different trees actually have the ability to absorb carbon in different rates and different levels of productivity? So presumably the makeup of the forest might actually impact that?
Yeah, definitely. So the main impact is how quickly a tree grows. So something like pine grows really, really quickly. So within 5 years, it's absorbing lots of carbon, which is, you'd think is great, but it actually falls down very quickly as well. So you're not getting that long-term storage, whereas something like oak can store it for very long term, but you're not getting that quick investment. And that's what's happening quite a lot, is people will invest to get a quick return in something like pine, whereas ideally we want a mixed forest, so it's resistant to disease and it's going to stay, and also it's going to store carbon long term.
And quick second question, does the NPL have a view on the amount of carbon that can actually be sequestrated through deforestation, etc., and how long that might take?
Does it have a view on how much, like the potential?
Yes.
So, I mean, that's just dependent on how much area your forest is covering.
Because we hear the narrative a lot about deforestation. If we're saying that the forest's obviously a huge part potentially of sequestration, how do you accelerate it?
So it's all about maintaining, so making sure that you're building or investing in reliable forests rather than trying to get that quick return of how much carbon can we get now. And it's about investing in forests that are going to last in the UK and not get succumbed to disease by having monocultures, and just creating the variability within species to do that.
Thank you.
Great. Yeah, we have another one just down here.
How do you use the laser? Is it horizontal or scanning from the top?
So how do you use the laser? Is it horizontal or is it scanning from the top?
Yeah, exactly. So it sits on a tripod. So it's a ground measurement, so we're not like flying it from above or anything like that. And it is on a rotating sort of axis, so you put it in front of your tree and you can sort of scan up and down. But you do have to sort of walk around this plot to do that. So this sort of image that we're getting here, you're not just getting that straight off. That's a mixture of lots of different scans that you then have to piece together to create sort of a 1 hectare plot, which is what's useful for an allometric model.
What about the time that it takes to do this? Because they convert the results from the point cloud to something meaningful. Does it take a long time or a lot of processing to do that? Because if you're doing architecturally and you're trying to turn that into a an AutoCAD drawing, for instance, with actual points in it, joined up into becoming actual entities, it's hugely difficult.
Yeah, and it's a lot of work. So what we're not suggesting is that every single project goes out and creates one of these. That's just way too much work. What we're wanting to do is we're wanting to create enough data sets so that the models are representative. So a user is able to go into our database, find an allometric model that fits their forest, and they can use that reliably. Because right now, the models are too few. So the models that are being used for their own forests are just not representative. So if we can create enough of these ourselves and with other partners, it means people won't have to do this themselves. They can use the work that we've done.
Yeah, we have another question here, Billy, and then I'll take this one.
I've seen similar work being done to this by organisations like B0 and Silvera on the private sector. How would the NPL be able to kind of baseline and calibrate those kind of models with a view towards the voluntary carbon market?
Yeah, so a lot of companies have been doing this. We're focused on the UK at the moment, so because...
Good afternoon.
Sorry,
we are inside the last hour of our event today here at NPL. I hope you've all had a great time. I just want to take this opportunity to highlight the last presentation in the auditorium.
Where were we?
So yeah, so like Silvera go into often the tropics because that's where a lot of carbon is stored just due to sphere quantity. So that's where a lot of this tech's been used. We're wanting to utilize this in the UK just because our data sets are so low. So that's sort of where I see NPL being a bit different to these companies.
Like with the peat bogs in Scotland and things like that, where there is some carbon deposits.
Yeah, so that's peats are essential for carbon storage. I'm not sure about the application of TLS to that, but if we're going to invest in carbon sequestration, then yeah, peat bogs are going to be essential to that.
Okay, we'll leave it there because our next talk will be starting imminently, as we've just heard over the tannoy. But thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. on in. I will not. We have risk assessed this stage many times. Perfect, close it, yeah. Okay, thank you everybody. This is our last Measure Up talk of the day, but by no means least. I was about to say you can take a look at the timetable of the talks, but that's not relevant now. A few notes for housekeeping. The fire escapes are just the door that you just came in, and then this door here that you'll be exiting from when the talk finishes. We're live streaming today's talks, so this is live streaming on YouTube. Anybody who's watching, please do ask questions on the chat, and we can answer them in the room. And finally, we just ask you to give your full attention to the talk. Please put your mobiles on mute, and just a reminder that there's no photography on site. If you are hard of hearing or have any accessibility needs, you can follow along on the YouTube link with closed captions if you need to. And this talk will be given by Professor Graham Machen, and it's on the life and legacy of Lord Kelvin. So Graham is a fellow of the Royal Academy of Engineering and a senior NPL fellow in temperature measurement. He has made world-leading contributions to temperature measurement in a wide range of fields, including metrology, industry, and health. And he has published nearly 300 technical papers, holds honorary professorships at Birmingham, Glasgow, and Strathclyde universities, and was recently awarded the Institute of Measurement and Control MC Harold Hartley Medal for outstanding contributions to the technology of measurement and control. So without further ado, I will hand over to him.
Wow, you've done great. It's right at the end and you're still here. Isn't that brilliant? So I was asked to give a talk about Lord Kelvin because I've been interested in temperature measurement, and it's his 200th birthday this year. And I thought, fine, I know about temperature measurement, that's fine. And then when I found out about him, the more I found out about it, I thought, how did he fit it all into his life? How did he fit it all in? There was so much that he did. I'm actually not going to talk about his temperature measurement activity today. I'm going to talk about his life, and then I'm going to talk about some of his achievements as well, but only a small number of his achievements as well. So let's talk about his life. So when he was born in Belfast in 1824, and you can just about see, this is a picture, a painting of the Belfast area in the 1830s or so, and it was just a tiny little village almost nestling in the town. It was a very, very small place. He's very rural, very rural. His father was a brilliant man as well. He was a farm labourer when he started life, and he ended up being the mathematics professor at Glasgow University. So he was a really driven man as well. And he wrote textbooks which outlived him, and they were used for many decades after his death. But when he was made professor at Glasgow University, he of course took his children with him, and Glasgow was different to Belfast. Glasgow was the second biggest city in the British Empire at the time, so it was a complete change of life for him. At the age of 10, William Thomson, to be Lord Kelvin, enrolled in natural sciences, natural philosophy at Glasgow University at the age of 10. And then he won most of the prizes in the classes at the age. Can you imagine being in a class of someone of that age and he wins all the prizes? It just doesn't, you know. But anyway, he was obviously brilliant at that time as well. His education was very classical, Newton's mechanics, Principia, Laplace's celestial mechanics. That's what people used for centuries. And then at the age of 15, he was given this book to read, which is Fourier's book on the analytic theory of heat. It had a profound impact on his life. But look how big it is. And he read it in French, because there was no English translation. And yet he said, I've become filled with the utmost admiration for the splendour and poetry of Fourier. Writing in French is poetic, right? I took Fourier out of the university library, and in a fortnight, I had mastered it, gone right through it. Anyone who's used Fourier transforms, well, certainly I struggle with them, you will understand that that's quite an achievement. Here's an extract from Fourier's book in French. I struggle with the French, let alone the maths, okay? This is a typical extract from the book. So he did that, and that's mathematical poetry before your very eyes. But that led him to his first technical dispute. So Philip Kelland, he was professor of mathematics in his 30s at Edinburgh, and he wrote his own book on the theory of heat. And in this book it says, there can be no doubt to anyone who carefully examines the subject that nearly all of Mr. Fourier's theories in this branch of the subject are erroneous. That's quite a strong statement. And William Thomson didn't agree with him. And he wrote a technical paper to the Cambridge Mathematical Journal pointing out where Kelland was wrong when he was 15. Okay, when he was 15. So that's pretty self-confident, isn't it? And it was a bit abrasive, apparently, but his father helped him edit it, tone it down a bit. And Kelland, in the end, said, "Ah, yes, I was wrong. And you, William Thomson, of 15, was right." So that's quite humble, isn't it? But that's an amazing achievement as well. So anyway, when he finished his degree at Glasgow, he didn't actually take the degree. He then went on to Cambridge, and he's one of those people who, 16 years, 10 months, and then he excelled at everything Cambridge offered. He excelled at rowing. He won some rowing races. He helped set up he established the Music Society, and he used his instruments in laboratory demonstrations later, teaching demonstrations later. He won the prize, which is the highest prize in advanced mathematics, and he churned out papers at a prodigious rate as well. One of the examiners said about him to another examiner, "You and I are just about fit to mend his pens," because he was such a genius compared to the people who were teaching him, really. So, another formative experience was when he was in 1845. He went to Paris and he spent time with Henri Regnault, who was professor of natural philosophy there. He had a very well-funded laboratory to determine the efficiency of heat engines. But William Thomson said he learnt from Regnault a love of precision in all things and the highest virtue of an experimenter, patience. And if anyone's done experiments in the lab, you know you need a lot of patience to do them well. Anyway, he was appointed professor of natural philosophy at the age of 22 at Glasgow University, very, very young, age of 22. And his father was also a professor in the faculty, and the faculty member said to him, "It's plain from the testimonials that your son is or shortly will be a second Newton." And actually, when you find out about him, you can see why people thought that. So let's talk about his academic style, which was quite novel and shocking at the time. So why am I showing you a picture of a gun? So he had very vivid demonstrations in his lectures. You can imagine this not happening now. He's doing a health and safety assessment. So he had this gun, which he had in the demonstration, and he wanted to measure the speed of a bullet. So he made his own bullets. I've actually seen the machine where he made his own lead bullets. Here's a powder horn, filled it, and just fired it a few feet away from the actual kinetic pendulum, which was used then to calculate the speed of the bullet. Can you imagine doing that in a lecture theatre today? Amazing. Really, certainly liven people up, wouldn't it? Also, the art students had to come to his lectures, which must have been a bit of a trial for them because they weren't mathematically erudite at all, but he didn't make any accommodation for them. One person said that his teaching style was unsystematic. He often let his enthusiasm for his latest research outweigh his ability to communicate effectively with his students, otherwise known as he was incoherent at times. And as a result, he had no syllabus of lectures, so you didn't know what you were going to get when you turned up. He used no notes in lecturing, nothing at all, and it was unnecessary to teach what was found in textbooks. So he expected you to have read Fourier, and in French, of course, read Principia, read Laplace. He wasn't going to teach that stuff, that's all old hat. He was going to teach the new stuff that he had found out in his experiments. So that was quite a challenge for his students, but they loved it. They loved it.
Good evening.
Evening.
Hope you've enjoyed your we politely ask that
that means I've got about 10 plus, just over 10 minutes. So, okay, so physical reality. He's very concerned with physical reality. It's easy to get tied up with maths, isn't it? So he asked his students, what does dx by dt mean? And the student who had been to a maths class said the limiting value of the ratio of the increment of x to the increment of t, where the latter increment is indefinitely diminished. Which everyone knew that, didn't they? So that's what he said. And Kelvin said, in a rather dismissive answer, that's what a mathematician would say. Does anyone know it means velocity? Which, of course, is what it physically meant. He set up the first laboratory to do experiments and teaching in the United Kingdom. and that was a model that was copied all over the United Kingdom and actually throughout the British Empire as well. And he also wrote an amazing textbook, and this came about in this way. He was playing curling up in where he lived in Scotland, and he fell heavily and fractured his leg. And while he's been visited by one of his friends, Peter Guthrie Tate from Edinburgh, they hatched this plan to write this book. And writing this book nearly caused Tate to go mad because Thompson was so dilatory about it. As soon as they'd got near a draft finished, he wanted to change it again and add new things that he'd found out. So Tate said, "I'm getting sick of this great book. You only send me scraps, and these at rare intervals. What can I do?" He was really frustrated. But eventually, this treatise appeared in 1867, in 7 years in the making, and it actually became really well known, went through many editions, and it became known as the Principia of the 19th century and was affectionately referred to as T and T primed. No greater scientist than James Clerk Maxwell said, "Thompson and Tate, the two northern wizards, have brought together and made plain the findings of modern physics." Those undergraduates didn't think so, known in my first year as the student's first glimpse of hell. So the undergraduates struggled a bit with Thompson and Tate. The other thing Thompson and Tate said was, "Our objectives in the preface is to give a tolerably complete account of what's known as natural philosophy." And I like this phrase, and you'll see why in a minute. "In language adopted to the non-mathematical reader." So NPL Library's got a copy of Thompson and Tate, so I went to have a look at it. This is non-mathematical, okay? So, did Thompson and Tate achieve their object? Who thinks it's non-mathematical? Well, even I don't think it's non-mathematical. And that's not one page. This is two different parts of the book. It's full of that. So, they obviously strayed away from their original intent. Anyway, he was a professor of natural philosophy for 53 years. He lived in this house in Glasgow. They had another house as well. He transformed the teaching of natural philosophy, physics as it is now, introducing teaching labs, writing modern textbooks, which were followed by other modern textbooks from other people. And he reshaped academic life from one of teaching to one of research. So he really was a transformer of education, academic education. And here's a picture of him giving his last lecture in 1899. So I wanted to say a few words about his personal life. He was married in 1852 to his second cousin, but she sadly was in poor health most of her life, and he had to, sometimes she was so ill he had to carry her around the house from place to place because she couldn't move. But he was a very devoted husband, but sadly she died in 1870. He had lots of friends from the European science community. He was great friends with Hermann Helmholtz, and Helmholtz, who was actually no mean scientist himself, said, "Thompson exceeds all the great men of science with whom I have made personal acquaintance in intelligence and lucidity and mobility of thought, so that I felt quite wooden beside him." He actually went on to become the president of the German equivalent of NPL. When his wife died, he was very wealthy after, not because his wife died, I'll tell you why he got very wealthy in a few minutes. He bought this yacht. This needed 18 people to sail it. It was a very big yacht, and here's a nice picture of him on the yacht doing something with the sailors here. But his love of sailing and his business interests ended up meaning he met his second wife. So in 1873 he was laying a telegraph cable off the island of Madeira, and they had problems. So he was invited to the home of Charles Blandy, who was probably the wealthiest person on Madeira at the time, a wine merchant and landowner, and he had two daughters. And amazingly, Thompson taught Blandy's two daughters Morse code in less than 2 weeks. They learnt Morse code. I don't think I could learn it in less than 2 weeks. So you can understand why he thought, well, maybe I need a second wife, and one of these, well, you know, she could learn Morse code in 2 weeks. She must be the right person for me. So he went back, and so he wasn't in his yacht at the time. He was laying cables. Then he sailed back in the next spring in his own yacht. You know, you come in a big sports car and try and impress. He came in his big yacht into the harbour, and he Morse coded Frances Anna, "Will you marry me?" from the harbour. And she Morse coded back, "Yes." Isn't that nice, isn't it? And they got married just a few days later in Madeira, in this building here. I dragged my poor wife when I was on holiday there to go and see it and take this picture. And you still see in the marriage records where it says Sir William Thompson married to Frances Anne Blandy, but who was baptised in Madeira. Their second marriage, it was his second marriage. They were both very wealthy. He had wealth and she was an heiress. And they built this enormous castle in Scotland, which had a menagerie. They had camels, they had peacocks and those sorts of things. It was a very big...
The time is now 6:35 p.m.
I know.
And the site will be closing at 7 p.m.
I can see the time.
Please safely close down any work or leave it in... Please also remember to tap out of... Thank you for your...
Thank you for your interruption. So I showed you a couple of pictures because they were just pictures there. So he was made a peer, so he became Sir William Thompson. Lord Kelvin in 1892, and he'd had all these different achievements as well. And if you go to Westminster Abbey, you can see his grave, which is near Lord Kelvin, and there's the window which says, just very simply, in memory of Baron Kelvin of Largs, engineer and natural philosopher. So that's his personal life. But I just want to say a few words, because I know I've not too much to say, but I want to say a few words about how he became rich, right? Because he did a lot of work establishing classical thermodynamics in the 1840s, but in 1860s, he laid the first transatlantic cable from Great Britain to the United States. And that's like a moonshot. It was just an amazing thing that had to be done. And after that, he became basically a tech tycoon, instantly recognizable in the street. So imagine it took maybe a letter 3 or 4 weeks to get from the US to Great Britain in those days. Then imagine you laid a cable that could send an electric signal in a second or two. That's what happened. So this company was formed in 1856, the Atlantic Telegraph Company, and Thompson was a director. And they had a number of failures. They kept, some of the directors wanted to pack up, sell off the assets. Thompson said, no, we can do this. So they hired Isambard Kilden Brunel's great steamship, the SS Great Britain. They commissioned the cable, 3,200 kilometres of cable in one piece. It must have weighed an absolute ton. And the first attempt was failed, but the second attempt, it was successful. Amazing, an amazing achievement. The Times said it was the most wonderful achievement of our victorious century, amazing achievement. And it worked because Thompson not just used technology that was there, he actually worked out the physics behind signals going down cables. He worked out the purity that the cable had to have. He worked out the insulation that had to go on the cable. He invented a mechanism for laying the cables. He invented machines to detect the signals as well, all of which were patented. So that's why he made so much money, because everywhere where cables were laid, everywhere where these things were used, they used Kelvin things. So that's why he became very wealthy. Here's some pictures of the apparatus. I won't go through what they are, which were used and associated with that. You can go and see them all in the museum, Hunterian Museum in Glasgow. But he became a global celebrity, which he retained all his life. He had other businesses as well, Navy equipment, electrical equipment. He made a lot of money selling equipment for electrical. The electrical industry was zero when he started. It was very big by the time he died. And he made a lot of the equipment that measured things for electrical measurements. This is an instrument which is my own. Made by the same company, James White, in 1880. This is a surveying instrument, which just really, and it works fine. It still works for surveying. It's an amazing that the device that was made in the 1880s still works for the purpose it was made for, even now. I wonder if devices you make now would be have an equally long life. I'm not so sure about that. So, okay, so I just want to close with just a couple of minutes, isn't it? A couple of minutes? Just want to close with NPL. So one of Lord Kelvin's well-known sayings is when you can measure what you're speaking about and express it in numbers, you know something about it. If you cannot express it in numbers, you have scarcely advanced to the stage of science. I think he might be dismissive of some so-called science departments today, don't you think? But I won't call any names out, because it's up to him to do that, isn't it? Not me. He really took a great dislike to the imperial measurement system. And so when he was speaking to an American audience in the US in 1884, the year the UK signed the meter convention, you in this country, that's the US, are subjected to the British insularity in weights and measures. I hope the teaching of the metric system will not let slip in American schools. I look at our English system of units as a wickedly brain-destroying piece of bondage under which we suffer. He didn't mince his words. He was really didn't like the imperial system, and you can find this scattered throughout his later works. And when he was elevated to the House of Lords, he campaigned tirelessly to get the metric system implemented in Great Britain. And he spoke, there's a Hansard quote here, that the metric system be at once legalised for all purposes after 2 years, it be rendered compulsory by an Act of Parliament, that the metric system be taught in all the public schools. He was really strong about getting the metric system put in place. But of course, he died before he could see it happen, and other things got in the way. We had to wait till the 1970s for that to occur. And then just finally, a few words about NPL. So Hermann Helmholtz became the director of PTR, which is the NPL equivalent, and that really gave impetus to setting up NPL here in the UK. Kelvin's signature headed that from the British Association of Science, petitioning the UK government to set up the National Physical Laboratory. And indeed it was. He didn't play an absolute leading role, but he played a good role in establishing it in 1900. And this is just down, I don't know if you've seen it, but it's just down the NPL site. The Prince of Wales opened it in 1902. The then Prince of Wales opened it in 1902. Here's a picture of him opening it. One of these gents must be Lord Kelvin, but I can't work out which one it is. But Lord Kelvin, after the Prince had finished his speech, Lord Kelvin responded by saying, "The scientific importance of exceedingly minute and accurate measurements, which though may not strike the popular imagination, were the foundation of the most brilliant discoveries." And that's still the case today. And fittingly, in the 21st century, almost 100 years after, over 100 years after NPL was founded, we made a leading contribution to the redefinition of the Kelvin in 2019 through making small, minute measurements. So anyway, that's the end of my talk. I love this little quote from Kelvin as well. When you are face to face with the difficulty, you're up against a discovery. Because that doesn't just apply in science, doesn't it? You know, when you sometimes have tough times in life, you often learn a lot about things, learn a lot about your friends, learn a lot about yourself. It's an interesting quote that covers all of life. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that.
Yeah.
Any questions from the room briefly? Yeah, we have one here.
The transatlantic telecom cables.
Oh, sorry.
You can.
At that stage, had he involved the underlying repeaters?
No.
No, just one big
piece of copper.
Big bit of coax.
A big piece of coax.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
Thanks.
yeah. Very big piece.
Thank you.
Yeah, I had a picture of a section of it actually early on in my talk, but I was pressed by time. But you can see sections. If you go to Glasgow, the Hunterian Museum have sections of the cable, so you can go and see it. And if you go online, you can just it's all digitised. You can see pictures of it online.
So no joints, one big piece.
Oh no, there were joints.
There
There
were joints.
were joints. Yes, there were joints.
Yeah,
it's impossible to do a 3,000 kilometre cable. No, there were joints.
Your attention, please. The time is now 6:45, and our event will close at 7.
There's 15 minutes left.
How deep was the cable, given the seabed?
That's a good question, but it is very deep. I don't know. Yeah, no, it's very deep. It's very deep. Yeah, it's going from the tip of Ireland across to Newfoundland. So I don't know what the techniques. Yeah, beautiful delta. Yeah. Thank you very much for your patience.
Perfect, yes.
And for hanging in there. Well done.
And thanks so much for coming along to the talks and to Open Day in general. I really hope that you've had a nice time with us today. And yes, as Simon unfortunately said, we do have to vacate the site. So
yeah, we do.
Yes, please, make your way out safely and stop a member of staff if you need to ask anything on your way. Thank you.